I should have turned back when the GPS went silent. It didn't lose signal all at once. That would have made sense. It just stopped talking mid-direction like someone had pressed mute on it. Turn left in. And then nothing. The screen still glowed. The map was still there. But the blue line that had been guiding me just ended, like the road ahead didn't exist. I remember staring at it longer than I should have, waiting for it to fix itself, waiting for the voice to come back. It didn't. I was already deep in the hills by then, trees on both sides, tall, thin, packed so tight they blocked most of the sky. The road had narrowed without me noticing. The smooth highway had turned into cracked asphalt, then gravel, and now something in between. I slowed the car. For a second, I thought about turning around. But I didn't, because I had already seen the sign. Pine Hollow, 7 miles. It was old, leaning slightly to one side like it had been hit before. The paint was faded, but the words were still readable. That's what made me keep going. If the place was marked, it had to be real. Right. I tapped the GPS screen again. Nothing changed. No route, no recalculating. Just that same frozen map like it had given up. A weird feeling started to settle in my chest. Not fear exactly, just unease. The kind that creeps in slow, like a thought you don't want to finish. I checked my phone. No signal. That wasn't surprising. Places like this never had good reception. Still, I held it up near the windshield like that might help. One bar flickered, then vanished. I laughed a little, not because it was funny, just to break the silence. Of course, I said out loud. My own voice sounded off in the car, too loud, like the space around me was smaller than it should be. I turned the radio on. Static. Not the usual kind either. No faint stations bleeding through. Just flat, empty noise. I twisted the dial slowly, watching the numbers change. Nothing. I turned it off. The quiet came back stronger this time, heavy, like it had been waiting. I kept driving. The trees got thicker the deeper I went. The road curved more, bending around hills and dips I couldn't see over. Every turn felt the same, like I was passing the same stretch again and again. That thought hit me suddenly. I checked the odometer. I had already driven more than 7 miles. But there was no cabin, no lights, no other cars. Just trees. I slowed down again, heart beating a little faster now. That's not right. I looked in the rearview mirror. The road behind me looked exactly like the one ahead. Same trees, same narrow stretch. No sign, no markers. I couldn't even see the turn I came from. For a moment, I felt completely unplaced, like I had slipped somewhere off the map without noticing. Then I saw it. A light. Far ahead, just barely visible through the trees. I leaned forward, squinting. Yeah, definitely a light. Warm, yellow, not like a street lamp, more like a window. Relief hit me quick, too quick. Finally, I muttered. I pressed the gas a little harder. As I got closer, the shape started to form around the light. A small building, wood, 1 floor, tucked between the trees like it didn't want to be seen. The cabin. It had to be. I pulled up slowly, gravel crunching under the tires. There was no sign this time. No number, nothing to confirm it. Just the cabin. And the light. I parked the car and turned off the engine. The silence that followed felt different. Not empty. Listening. I stayed in the seat for a few seconds, hands still on the wheel. I don't know why. Something about the place made me hesitate, like I had arrived somewhere I wasn't supposed to. Then I shook it off. It's just a cabin, I said quietly. I grabbed my bag and stepped out. The air was colder than I expected. Not freezing, but sharp enough to make me notice. It smelled like pine and damp earth. The light I had seen, was coming from a single window near the front door. No other lights. I walked up the short path. The ground felt uneven under my shoes, like it hadn't been used in a while. When I reached the door, I noticed something strange. It was already unlocked. I frowned. I was sure the listing said I'd get a code, something about a lockbox or keypad, but there was nothing like that here. Just a simple wooden door with a metal handle. I hesitated again. Then I pushed it open. The inside was warm, not cozy warm, just warmer than outside, like the heat had been left on for someone. The light came from a lamp in the corner of the room. It cast long shadows across the walls, making the space feel bigger than it was. Or maybe smaller. I stepped in slowly, setting my bag down near the door. "Hello," I called out. No answer. Of course there was. Still I waited. Listening. Nothing. The place looked normal enough. A couch, a small table, a kitchenette off to the side. Everything was clean but not fresh, like it had been used recently but not today. I walked further inside. My footsteps sounded too loud on the wooden floor. Then I noticed something that made me stop. There was no dust. Not on the table, not on the shelves, not even on the window ledge. But there were no signs of cleaning either. No supplies, no smell of chemicals. Just clean surfaces. I ran a finger across the table. Nothing. That uneasy feeling came back stronger. I turned slowly, looking around the room again. That's when I saw the chair. It was pulled out slightly from the table, not tucked in like the others. Like someone had just gotten up. I stared at it for a few seconds, waiting for I don't know what. Movement, sound, something. But the cabin stayed quiet. Too quiet. I forced myself to look away and check the rest of the place. One bedroom, one bathroom, no basement, no second floor. Small, simple. Empty. At least it looked empty. I went back to the main room and stood near the door again. For a moment, I thought about getting back in the car, driving until I found signal, finding somewhere else to stay. But when I looked outside, the trees felt closer than before. And darker. I couldn't even see the road clearly anymore. Just shadows. I shut the door. The click of the latch sounded final. I don't know why, but that was the moment it really sank in. I was alone. No signal, no GPS, no other houses nearby. Just me. And this cabin. I picked up my bag and moved it toward the couch. That's when I heard it. A soft sound. So quiet I almost missed it. Like something shifting. I froze. It came from somewhere deeper in the cabin. Not outside, not the walls. Inside. I held my breath listening. There it was again. A faint creak. Slow. Deliberate. Like someone adjusting their weight. I swallowed hard and turned my head toward the hallway. The bedroom door was still open. Dark inside. I was sure I had checked it. I took a step forward without thinking. Then stopped. Because something felt wrong. Not just the sound. Something else. Something I hadn't noticed before. I looked back at the front door. Then at the windows. Then slowly back toward the hallway. And that's when the thought hit me. I had checked every room. I was sure of it. But standing there, listening to that slow, careful movement, I couldn't remember opening the bedroom closet. I didn't open the closet. I told myself I would in a minute. Just not yet. My body didn't agree with the idea. It felt like if I stepped into that room again, something would change in a way I couldn't undo. So I backed away. Slowly. The hallway stayed quiet. No more creaks, no movement, just that same stillness pressing against my ears. "Old wood," I whispered. It sounded weak, even to me. I grabbed my bag and moved faster this time, like if I kept moving I wouldn't think too much. I set things up on the couch. Phone, charger, jacket, normal things. Small routines to make the place feel less wrong. It helped a little. The kitchen had a small stove. I turned it on just to hear something. The soft click and low flame filled the silence in a way that felt almost comforting. Almost. I made some instant coffee. I didn't even want it, but I needed the heat in my hands. Something real. While the water heated, I kept glancing at the hallway. Nothing moved. The bedroom stayed dark. I told myself I'd check it again after I ate something. Open the closet. Get it over with. Prove to myself that there was nothing there. That thought sat in my head, unfinished. Because a part of me already knew I wasn't going to do it. I drank the coffee too fast. Burned my tongue, didn't care. By the time I finished, the sky outside had turned fully dark. Not the soft kind of dark you get in cities. This was thick, complete, like the world outside had been covered. I walked to the window. At first, all I saw was my reflection, pale, tired, eyes a little too wide. I leaned closer. The glass was cold. Beyond it, nothing. No trees, no road, just black. That didn't make sense. I had seen the trees when I arrived. They were close. Dense, they should have been visible at least as shapes. But now, it looked like the cabin was sitting in empty space. I stepped back slowly. "Okay, that's just the light," I said, trying to reason it out. "Too dark, you can't see that far." It sounded possible, but it didn't feel right. I turned away from the window and switched on another lamp, then another. The cabin filled with a warmer glow, pushing the shadows back just enough to breathe. For a moment, things felt normal again. I sat on the couch and checked my phone out of habit. Still no signal. The time read 9:12 p.m. I blinked. That couldn't be right. It felt later, much later. I had been here longer than that. I checked it again. 9:12. The seconds ticked forward normally. Maybe I had just lost track of time. Yeah, that had to be it. I set the phone down. That's when I heard it. A soft crunch. Outside. I froze. The sound came again, slightly to the right this time. Crunch, like a foot pressing down on gravel. Slow, careful. I held my breath. Another step. Then another. It was moving. Circling. My eyes moved toward the door. I didn't go to it, not yet. Instead, I turned off the stove. The flame disappeared with a quiet click, and the cabin fell back into silence. The footsteps became clearer. Not loud, not aggressive. Just steady. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. I stood up slowly, trying not to make the floor creak. My heart had started beating harder now. Not fast, just heavy, like each beat carried weight. I moved toward the window again. Each step felt too loud. I reached the glass and leaned slightly to the side, trying to catch a different angle. Nothing. Still black. But the sound was right there. Closer now. Crunch. Just outside. I pressed my ear gently against the glass. Cold. And then, the sound stopped. Right in front of me. I stayed still. Waiting. Listening. Nothing. No breathing, no movement, no shift. Just silence. I slowly leaned back. My reflection stared at me again. But something about it felt off. I couldn't place it at first. Then I realized. My reflection looked calmer than I felt. Like it wasn't reacting the same way I was. I blinked. It blinked too. Normal. I stepped away from the window. The footsteps started again, this time on the left side of the cabin. Crunch, crunch. Same pace, same rhythm. Like it had simply continued its path. Circling. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Someone was out there, walking around the cabin, in complete darkness. And they weren't trying to hide it. That was the part that felt wrong. If it was a person, they would have knocked, called out, done something. But this just kept walking. I moved toward the door now. Slowly. Each step felt heavier than the last. The handle was right there. All I had to do was open it. Just check, I whispered. Just look. My hand hovered over the handle. The footsteps passed the front again. Closer this time. Closer than before. I could almost feel the presence on the other side. I grabbed the handle. Cold metal. I didn't open it. Instead, I turned slightly and looked at the floor. At the thin gap under the door. No shadow passed by. Nothing blocked the faint light leaking out. But the sound was right there, directly outside. Moving. I stepped back quickly, my chest tightening. That didn't make sense. If something was walking past the door, there should have been a shadow, a shift, something. But there was nothing. Just the sound. I swallowed hard. Okay. I forced myself to move again, this time toward the side window. Maybe I'd get a better angle. Maybe I'd see whoever it was. I reached the window and wiped a small patch of fog from the glass with my sleeve. Then I leaned in. At first, nothing. Then slowly. Shapes. The trees came back. Faint outlines against the dark. Relief hit me for half a second. There they are. Just trees. But then I noticed the ground. Smooth. Undisturbed. No marks. No footprints. Nothing. The gravel outside the cabin was clearly visible now. Flat, even, untouched. I frowned and leaned closer. That wasn't possible. I had heard the steps, clear as anything. Crunch, crunch. Right outside. But the ground showed no sign of it. No dents, no shifts. No tracks leading anywhere. The footsteps continued. Behind me now. On the other side of the cabin. I turned slowly, my throat dry. Howl. The word barely came out. The sound didn't match what I was seeing. And that was worse than seeing something. Because it meant whatever was out there wasn't leaving a trace. The footsteps picked up slightly. Not faster. Just more certain. Like it knew I was listening now. Like it wanted me to hear. I backed away from the window. My eyes moved toward the hallway again. The bedroom. The open door. Still dark. Still quiet. But now, it didn't feel empty anymore. Another sound broke the pattern. Not outside. Inside. A faint shift. From the hallway. I froze. The footsteps outside stopped at the same time. Complete silence filled the cabin. Inside and out. Like both things were waiting. My chest tightened. I turned my head slowly toward the hallway. The darkness inside the bedroom looked deeper now, thicker. Like it had weight. I took one step back. Then another. My foot hit the couch behind me. I didn't sit. I just stood there staring. Waiting. Hopping. I was wrong. A soft sound came from the bedroom. Not a creak this time. Something softer. Like fabric moving. Or someone adjusting their position. Inside the room. I felt it then. Clear, sharp. The certainty I had been avoiding since I arrived. I wasn't alone in the cabin, and whatever had been walking outside had stopped the moment I realized it. I didn't sleep. I tried. I really did. I lay on the couch with the lights on, staring at the ceiling, telling myself the sounds had stopped. Because they had. That was the worst part. The footsteps outside never came back. The thing in the bedroom didn't move again. The whole cabin just went still. Like nothing had ever happened. But that kind of silence doesn't calm you down. It traps you. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was missing something. Like whatever had been moving was just waiting for me to stop looking. So I stayed awake. Watching. Listening. The clock on my phone moved slowly. 10:03, 10:17, 10:42. Time felt wrong again. Too slow, or maybe too empty. At some point I sat up. I couldn't just stay there anymore. My thoughts were getting louder than the cabin, and that scared me more. I needed something real, something solid. That's when I remembered the shelf near the kitchen. I had noticed it earlier without really thinking about it. A small wooden rack against the wall, a few books, old ones, worn covers. And something else. A notebook. I stood up slowly, keeping my eyes on the hallway as I moved. The bedroom door was still open, still dark, still quiet. I walked to the shelf. The notebook sat between two dusty paperbacks. It didn't match them. It looked newer, cleaner, like it had been touched recently. I reached for it. My hand paused halfway. For a second, I thought about leaving it there, because I already knew what it was. A guest book. Places like this always had one. People leave little notes. Great stay, beautiful view, that kind of thing. Normal. Harmless. But something about this one didn't feel like that. Still, I picked it up. The cover was plain, dark brown, no title. It felt heavier than it should have. I sat back down on the couch and opened it. The first page was blank. The second too. Then the writing started. Different handwriting on each page, some neat, some rushed, dates written in the corners. I skimmed the first entry. Stayed here for the weekend. Very quiet, too quiet at night. I let out a small breath. Okay, normal. Just people being dramatic. I turned the page. The place is nice, but the nights feel strange. I keep hearing something moving around, probably animals. I frowned slightly. Animals? Yeah, that made sense. The footsteps. The next page. Didn't sleep well. Thought I heard someone inside. Checked every room. Nothing there. I stopped. My eyes moved back to the line. Someone inside. A tight feeling formed in my chest. I looked toward the hallway without thinking. Still nothing. I looked back at the page. Maybe they were just paranoid. Old cabin, noises, it happens. I turned the page. The handwriting changed, messier this time. Whoever stays here next, please check the closet. I didn't at first. I thought I was imagining it. My grip on the book tightened. The closet. I hadn't opened it either. My eyes moved again toward the bedroom. The darkness there felt deeper now, like it was listening. I looked back down. The next line was scratched out, hard, like the person had tried to erase it without tearing the page. But I could still make out some of it. Not empty. My throat went dry. I turned the page faster. Different handwriting again. I think there's someone else staying here. I haven't seen them. But things move. Small things, like they're trying not to be noticed. A cold feeling spread through my arms. I thought about the chair at the table. Pulled out slightly. Like someone had just stood up. I turned another page. I heard footsteps outside last night, then inside. I don't understand how that's possible. My chest tightened. Same thing. Exactly the same. I flipped the page again, more urgently now. I checked outside in the morning. No tracks, nothing. The ground was clean. I stopped breathing for a second. The window. The gravel. Smooth, untouched. My hands started to feel cold. I turned the page slowly this time. The handwriting here was shaky, uneven. I don't think it wants to be seen. A pause. Then another line, written smaller. I think it wants me to know it's here. I felt something shift inside me. Not panic. Something heavier. Like a realization starting to form, but not fully there yet. I kept reading. I tried leaving today, but I couldn't find the road. The sign was gone. My heart skipped. The sign. Pine Hollow, 7 miles. I had seen it. I was sure I had. Right. I turned the page again, faster now. The next entry didn't have a date. Just a few lines. If you're reading this, don't ignore the sounds. It learns from you. I frowned. Learns what? The page after that. Half written. I finally opened the closet and it stopped. No period, no ending. Just a line that cut off like the person had been interrupted. I stared at it for a long time, waiting for the rest. There was none. I flipped the page. Blank. Then another. Blank. A few pages later, there was one more entry. Different handwriting. Neater, calmer. Everything is fine. The cabin is empty. There is no one else here. I felt a small wave of relief. Finally, something normal. Someone who didn't lose their mind. I read it again. Everything is fine. My shoulders loosened slightly. Maybe the others had just. Then I noticed something. The pressure of the pen. The way the letters were written. Too perfect. Too careful. Like someone was trying very hard to make it look normal. I leaned closer. There was a second line underneath. Faint. Like it had been written lightly, or maybe overwrit. I tilted the page toward the lamp. The light caught it just enough. And I saw it. The real line. Hidden under the first. I am not alone in here. My stomach dropped. I snapped the book shut without thinking. The sound echoed in the cabin. Too loud. Way too loud. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a soft creak. From the hallway. I froze. The book slipped slightly in my hands. Another sound. Closer this time. Not outside. Inside. From the bedroom. I slowly turned my head. The door was still open. But something had changed. I could feel it before I saw it. The darkness inside the room wasn't still anymore. It felt occupied. Like the space was being used. I stood up slowly, my legs unsteady. The guest book felt heavier now. Like it wasn't just paper anymore. Like it was proof. Proof that this wasn't new. That this had happened before. Over and over. And then the thought hit me. Clear, sharp. If all those people had stayed here and written about it, then where did they go? A slow sound came from the bedroom. Not a step. Not a creak. Something softer. Like breathing. I stopped moving. My chest felt tight, because I realized something else at the same time. Something worse. The last entry in the book wasn't dated, and I couldn't remember seeing it when I first opened the pages. The knocking started after I closed the guest book. Not right away. At first, there was only silence again. That heavy, watching kind of silence, like the cabin was holding its breath with me. I didn't move for a long time. The book was still in my hands, slightly open, pages half bent from my grip. My eyes kept going back to that unfinished sentence. I finally opened the closet and I kept telling myself it didn't matter. People write things in panic, in fear. They don't always make sense. But that didn't explain the feeling in my chest. Like I had just read something I was never supposed to see. I slowly placed the guest book back on the shelf. My fingers didn't want to let go. When I finally did, I turned away too quickly, like I was trying to outrun my own thoughts. That's when I heard it. A sound so soft I almost ignored it. Thumping. I froze. It came again. Thumping. Not from outside. Not from the hallway. From below. My first thought was simple. Water pipes, old cabin, wood shifting. That's what I told myself. But then it came again. Thumping. Stronger this time. Like something had pressed upward. I stepped back without thinking, my heel hitting the edge of the couch. The sound stopped. Silence returned instantly. Too instantly. I stared at the floor. The wooden boards looked normal. Old, slightly uneven, nothing unusual. I crouched slowly and pressed my hand against them. Cold. Still. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, I whispered, it's nothing. I stood up. And then, thumping, right under my feet. I jerked back so fast I almost lost balance. My heart slammed against my chest. Now I knew I wasn't imagining it. Something was below me. The problem was simple. There was no basement. I remembered the layout clearly now. One floor, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, living room. No stairs. No trapdoor. Nothing in the listing. Nothing in the guest book either. I turned slowly toward the hallway. The bedroom door was still open. Dark. Quiet. But the knocking wasn't coming from there. It was below. I walked to the center of the room, staring at the floor like it might change if I looked long enough. Thumping. Again. Closer now. Or maybe I was just more aware of it. I knelt down again, pressing my ear against the wood. At first, nothing. Then a faint vibration. Not loud, not sharp. Just patient. Like something was waiting for me to notice it properly. I pulled back quickly. My breathing had gotten faster without me realizing. I stood up and looked around the room. Okay, think, I whispered. Maybe there was a crawl space. Old cabins sometimes had those. I moved toward the kitchen, scanning the corners. Nothing. Then the living room walls. Nothing again. I checked the baseboards carefully. No vents, no access panels, no seams. Just solid wood and stone foundation. My mind started rejecting it before I even finished checking. If there was no space below, then where was the sound coming from? Thumping. The floor under the couch. I stepped back fast. The couch shifted slightly, as if the sound had physically pushed it. That wasn't possible. It shouldn't have moved. But it did. I stared at it, my throat dry. And that's when I noticed something else. The guest book on the shelf. It had fallen slightly forward. Like something had disturbed the room. Like pressure had come from beneath and pushed everything upward. I shook my head. No, 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 no. I grabbed my phone again. Still no signal. Of course. I tried anyway. Emergency call, nothing. Just the same dead screen. Thumping. The kitchen tiles this time. I turned sharply. My eyes scanned the ceiling above it. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. But the sound wasn't random. It was moving. From one point to another. Slow. Controlled. Like it was circling under the entire cabin. I backed toward the door without thinking. Maybe I could leave. Maybe I should have left hours ago. My hand reached for the handle, then stopped, because I realized something that made my stomach drop. If there was something below the cabin, and I was on the only floor, then I had nowhere above it. Only above me. Only around me. The cabin wasn't on top of something. It was something. Thumping. Right beneath the door now. I stepped back quickly. The sound followed my movement. Not chasing. Responding. Like it knew where I was standing. My breath came out shaky. I forced myself to think logically. There had to be an explanation. Old wood, hollow structure, maybe wind pressure trapped under the foundation. But even as I thought it, I knew I was lying to myself. Because this wasn't random. It was aware. Thumping. The bedroom floorboard creaked on its own. I turned slowly. The door frame looked darker now, like the shadows had thickened inside it. I hadn't even noticed how much that room was affecting me until now. The closet inside it. Still unopened. Still waiting. My chest tightened. No, I whispered again, but weaker this time. The guest book flashed in my mind. That unfinished sentence. I finally opened the closet and my skin went cold. What if it wasn't unfinished? What if it was interrupted? Thumping. The sound made me flinch. This time it wasn't just below. It was everywhere at once. Like the entire floor had become a drum skin. I stumbled back into the couch. My hands shook slightly now. I forced myself to sit down. Not because I was calm. Because I needed to stop moving. Movement felt like it was feeding something. The knocking slowed. Then stopped again. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. I waited. Seconds passed. Then a minute. Nothing. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe it stopped. Maybe it was done. I laughed a little under my breath. It sounded broken. You're losing it, I said quietly. I rubbed my face with my hands. That's when I heard it. Not a knock this time. A scrape. Slow. Dragging. Under the floor. My body went still. Because now it wasn't just hitting. It was moving. Something was moving under the cabin. And it wasn't staying in one place anymore. It was coming toward the center. Toward me. I stood up slowly, eyes locked on the floor. The scraping grew faintly louder. Then stopped directly beneath me. Perfectly centered. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. And then, a pause. Long enough for my brain to almost convince itself it was over. Then a single soft thump. Right under my feet. Not aggressive. Not random. Intentional. Like a signal. Like it had finally reached the exact spot it wanted. I looked down at the floor. And for the first time, I noticed something I hadn't before. A faint line in the wood. Too straight to be natural. Too clean for damage. I stepped closer. My fingers hovered above it. A seam. Very thin. Almost invisible. My breath stopped. Because the cabin didn't have a basement. But it did have a door. And I had been standing on it the entire time. The thump came again. Louder. From directly under the seam. Like something was waiting for me to open it. Or waiting for me to realize I already had. The rule was simple: leave wood by the door before you sleep. That's what the note said. Nothing else. No explanation, no name, just that one line written on a small card taped to the kitchen cabinet. I remember standing there for a long time, reading it again and again. Leave wood by the door. It didn't sound like a rule. It sounded like a warning, pretending to be normal. Outside, the forest was already dark even though it was that late. The kind of darkness that doesn't wait for night. It just exists early in places like this. I came here alone because I needed quiet. That's what I told myself. Work stress, life stress, everything stress. But the truth was simpler. I just wanted to disappear for a while. And this cabin was cheap. Too cheap, maybe. I set my bag down on the wooden table and looked around. Small space, one room, one bed, one fireplace, no phone signal. That last part should have bothered me more. But it didn't. At least not yet. The firewood was stacked outside the front door, neatly cut, already waiting like someone had prepared it for me. That felt thoughtful at first. Now I'm not sure it was. I stepped out to grab a few logs. The air hit my face immediately. Cold, clean, too quiet. No birds. No insects. Just trees standing still like they were listening. The woodpile sat right beside the door, almost touching the wall of the cabin. I picked up a few logs. They were dry, fresh, like they had been cut very recently. I paused. There shouldn't have been anyone here. The cabin was supposed to be isolated. No nearby houses, no roads visible once you turn off the main trail. Still, the wood looked maintained, like someone had a routine. I carried the logs inside and placed them near the fireplace. Then I saw it again. The note: leave wood by the door before you sleep. I frowned. That's it. Just leave it outside. Not bring it in. That didn't make sense. Firewood is supposed to go inside, right? To keep warm, to use. I went back outside. The forest looked darker now than before, even though only a few minutes had passed. I placed the wood back near the door like the note said. I hesitated after setting it down. It felt wrong. Leaving it outside felt like giving something permission. Like I was participating in a rule I didn't understand. I looked around. Nothing moved in the trees. No sound. I went back inside. The moment I closed the door, the silence changed. It didn't get louder. It got closer. I locked the door without thinking. Then I laughed a little under my breath. Relax, I told myself. It's just a cabin. I tried to distract myself. I made tea. I checked the cupboards. I explored every corner like I could map the fear out of the room. But the feeling didn't go away. It stayed in the edges. Watching. Waiting. When night finally started to fall, I noticed something small. The wood outside the door was gone. I stopped mid-step. I stared at the empty space outside the window. Just bare ground now. No logs. No pile. Nothing. I blinked slowly. Okay, I whispered. Maybe I forgot where I placed it. Maybe I misremembered. But I knew I didn't. I had left it right there. I walked to the door. Slowly, carefully, and opened it. Cold air rushed in. The wood was back. Same exact pile. Same position. Neatly stacked. Like nothing had changed. My stomach tightened. I didn't go outside this time. I just stood there, holding the door half open, staring at it. Then I noticed something else. One log had shifted. Just slightly. Like it had been touched. Or lifted. My breath caught. I stepped back and closed the door quickly. Locked it again. My heart was beating harder now. Not panic yet. Just that slow realization that something is not behaving correctly. I forced myself to sit down. I turned on the fireplace. The fire crackled, breaking the silence. That helped. A little. I told myself I was overthinking. Remote cabin, strange instruction, my brain filling gaps. That's all. But then I heard it. A soft sound. Outside. Wood tapping wood. Once. Then again. Not random. Deliberate. Like someone was stacking logs. I froze. My eyes moved toward the door. The sound continued. Slow. Careful. Tap. Shift. Tap. Shift. I didn't move. I didn't breathe properly. I just listened. It went on for a full minute. Then stopped. Silence returned instantly. I stood up without realizing it. My feet carried me toward the door before I even decided. I stopped just before touching it, because now I could hear something else. Not stacking. Not movement. Breathing. Very faint. Right outside. Close enough that it didn't feel like outside anymore. It felt like just beyond the wall. I slowly leaned closer to the door. And that's when I noticed something that made my skin go cold. The firewood was no longer stacked neatly. It was arranged differently. Not scattered. Arranged. Like it had been organized into a shape. My heart thudded once hard. I opened the door a crack. Cold air rushed in again. The wood was still there. But now I saw it clearly. It wasn't just a pile. It was a pattern. A circle. Surrounding the doorway. I stepped back fast. My hand hit the table behind me. A chair scraped loudly. The sound outside stopped immediately. Complete silence. Like it had been waiting for that reaction. I locked the door again. But this time, my hands were shaking. I went to the window. Peered through the glass. The forest was still there. But the firewood circle was gone. Just like that. Gone. No trace. I pressed my forehead against the glass, trying to steady my breathing. And then I saw something I wish I hadn't. A single log standing upright near the edge of the trees. Too tall to be placed like that. Too straight. Like it was watching the cabin. My throat tightened. I stepped back slowly. The fire behind me crackled again. But now it didn't feel warm. It felt like light in a room that something else was also using. And then, a soft knock came from the door. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just one. Gentle. Like someone checking if I was home. I didn't mean to forget the wood. That's the part I keep replaying in my head. Because everything started going wrong from that one small mistake. The fire was still burning low when I realized it. I was sitting on the bed, staring at the door, listening to the forest outside settle into night. The cabin felt different after dark, smaller somehow, like the walls had moved closer without asking permission. And then it hit me. The wood. I didn't bring it back outside before sunset. My stomach dropped immediately. It wasn't just a suggestion. I knew that now. After yesterday, after the way the pile changed shape after the knock at the door. It was a rule you followed, not because you understood it, but because something inside you told you not to break it. I stood up fast. Too fast. My head spun slightly as I looked toward the fireplace. The last log was burning down into ash. And outside, nothing. No sound. No movement. Just that heavy forest silence pressing against the windows, like it was waiting for me to mess up. "Okay," I whispered. "Just go outside, fix it." Simple. I grabbed my jacket and walked to the door. My hand hovered over the handle for a second longer than it should have. I don't know why I hesitated. Maybe it was the memory of the circle. Maybe it was the knock. Or maybe my body already knew what my mind hadn't accepted yet. I opened the door. Cold air rushed in immediately. Too sharp. Too clean. The firewood was still there. That should have been a relief. But it was, because it wasn't a pile anymore. It was scattered. Not randomly. Carefully. Like something had taken time with it. Like something had wanted me to see it differently. I stepped forward slowly. My shoes crunched against the ground. The forest felt closer now. The trees weren't just standing anymore. They felt angled, leaning slightly toward the cabin. Watching, I bent down and picked up the first log. It was cold. Damp. That made no sense. It was dry when I brought it earlier. I looked at it longer than I should have. Then I heard it. A sound behind me. Soft. Wood touching wood. I froze. My hand still holding the log. Then again. Tap. Not loud. Not fast. Just careful. Like someone stacking pieces one by one. I slowly turned my head toward the door. The cabin was still open behind me. Warm light spilling out into the cold. And right beside the doorframe, a log had moved. Just slightly. Closer to the wall. I stepped back inside quickly. My breath came out shaky as I closed the door. The sound didn't stop. It didn't even pause. Tap. Shift. Tap. It was on the other side of the wall now. Moving along the outside of the cabin. Following the shape. I locked the door. My hands were shaking, but I still pushed the bolt in place. For a second, I thought maybe that would help. But then I remembered something. Locks are for keeping things out, not for stopping something that's already deciding where it wants to be. The sound continued. Slow. Deliberate. Now circling. Just like yesterday. But closer. Much closer. I backed away from the door without taking my eyes off it. The cabin felt wrong now. Not haunted. Not cursed. Occupied. Like I had walked into something mid-use. The fireplace popped softly behind me. I flinched hard. My nerves were already stretched thin, and even small sounds felt like attacks. I turned slightly. The fire was dying down again. The room was getting darker. And then I noticed something that made my chest tight. The wood I had brought inside earlier. It was gone. I blinked. Once. Twice. The floor beside the fireplace was empty. No logs. No ash. Nothing. I moved closer slowly. Kneeling down. My fingers brushed the stone floor. Cold. Clean. Like nothing had ever been there. My throat went dry. No, I whispered. Because I remembered putting it there. I was sure I did. But now the memory felt unstable, like it didn't belong to me properly anymore. Tap. The sound came again. But now it wasn't outside. It was inside the cabin. Somewhere deeper. Not behind me. Not near the door. Below. My entire body went still. I didn't want to look at the floor. But I did. Slowly. The wooden boards under me looked normal. Too normal. And that was the problem. Normal things shouldn't feel like lies. Tap. right under my feet. My breath caught instantly. I stepped back without thinking. The sound followed the movement, not chasing me, responding, like it knew exactly where I was standing. I moved toward the center of the room, trying to think, trying to explain it, but my mind kept failing. There was no basement. There was no space. I knew that. I had checked, but the sound didn't care what I knew. Tap, now under the bed, then under the fireplace, then under the door, moving in slow, patient steps, mapping the cabin, learning it. I backed into the wall. My shoulder hit it lightly, and for a moment I just stood there, listening, because something about it had changed. The rhythm wasn't random anymore. It was repeating, a pattern, like stacking, like building. I looked at the door again. The wood outside was gone. Again, just empty ground. Then, right in front of the door, a single log appeared, standing upright, perfectly vertical. My stomach turned, because that wasn't possible. No wind, no slope, no support. It was just standing there, like it had been placed, or placed itself. Tap. This time, it came from directly under me again, but louder, closer, like something had finished a step, and was now ready for the next. My mind flashed back to the first night. The rule: leave wood by the door. Not inside. Not used. Outside. Always outside. I hadn't followed it. The thought hit me like a drop. And suddenly, I understood the fear wasn't random anymore. It was structured. Rules are only rules when something enforces them. I turned toward the bedroom without thinking. The dark hallway looked longer now, like it had stretched. The door at the end was slightly open, just like before, but now it felt less like an entrance, more like a waiting mouth. Tap, under the hallway, moving toward the bedroom. I took a step back, then another. My heel hit the couch. I stopped, because I realized something I didn't want to understand. The sound wasn't just below the cabin. It was inside the structure itself. In the walls, in the frame, in the space between the wood. Like the cabin was hollow in a way I couldn't see. And something had been using that space long before I arrived. The fire popped again, this time louder. I turned slightly, and that's when I saw it. The logs I had brought inside earlier were back, stacked neatly beside the fireplace. Perfect order, freshly arranged, like someone had corrected my mistake. My chest tightened, because I hadn't moved them, and I hadn't been alone long enough for anyone else to do it. Tap. One final sound came from beneath the floor, directly under the center of the room. Then silence. Complete silence. Not empty this time. Final, like something had finished arranging everything exactly the way it wanted. I stood there not moving, not breathing properly, because I finally understood the worst part. The rule wasn't about the wood. It was about keeping something satisfied. And tonight, I had broken it. I woke up before I opened my eyes. That's the first thing I remember. Not light, not sound. Just that feeling, like something was already waiting for me to notice it. My breath was slow, too slow. The air inside the cabin felt different, heavier, like it had been used while I was asleep. I didn't move right away, because I heard something. Soft, almost gentle, a small crack of wood shifting against wood. My eyes opened slowly, and I saw it. The firewood, stacked neatly beside my bed. Perfect. Too perfect. For a second, my mind refused to understand it, because I remembered leaving it scattered outside. I remembered locking the door. I remembered the sound under the floor. But none of that mattered now, because it was inside, right next to me. I sat up so fast my head spun. My back hit the wall. The bed creaked under me like it was reacting late, like it had just realized I had woken up. My eyes stayed locked on the wood pile. It wasn't just inside. It was arranged, sorted by size, evenly stacked like someone had taken time to decide how it should look. Like it belonged there. Like it had always belonged there. No, I whispered. My voice sounded wrong in the room. Too small. The cabin didn't respond. It never did. I swung my legs off the bed slowly. Every muscle in my body felt tight, like I had slept wrong, even though I barely slept at all. The floor was cold under my feet. Too cold for a place that had a fire burning just hours ago. I took one step closer to the wood. Then another. Nothing moved. No sound. No knock. Just silence sitting on everything like dust. I crouched down. My fingers hovered over the top log. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. It was real. Cold. Dry. The same wood from outside. The same pattern. But now it had changed meaning, because it wasn't where I left it. My throat tightened. I stood up slowly and looked around the room. The bed, the fireplace, the door, everything looked normal again. Too normal. That was worse, because I knew something had changed. Something I couldn't see. Something that didn't need to show itself anymore. It had already moved in. A soft creak came from the hallway. I froze. My eyes snapped toward the door. It was slightly open. I didn't remember leaving it like that. I stared at it for a long moment, waiting for something to happen, waiting for a sound. But nothing came. Just that same heavy quiet. Then I noticed something else. The fireplace was cold. No ash. No burned logs. It looked like it hadn't been used in days. My stomach dropped, because I clearly remembered fire last night. I remembered light. I remembered warmth. So where did it go? I turned back to the wood pile. It hadn't changed. Still neat. Still perfect. Still wrong. A small sound came again. Not from the hallway. Not from outside. From the wall behind me. A soft tap. Just once. I turned so fast I almost fell. Nothing there. Just wooden planks. Still. Silent. But now I was listening too hard. Now I could hear everything. The cabin creaked slightly, as if it was shifting its weight. Like it was breathing in a way I couldn't follow. I backed away from the wall. My heel hit the bed. I stopped. My eyes fell on the mattress. Something was different. There was a slight dent in it, like someone had been sitting there. Not recently, but not long ago either. I stepped closer. My fingers brushed the fabric. Warm. My chest tightened instantly. No, I said again. This time louder. Because warmth meant recent. Warmth meant alive. My heart started beating faster now. Not fear yet. Confusion first. Fear always comes after confusion. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the room. The wood pile. The bed. The door, the fireplace, everything felt placed. Like a stage. Like someone had said it before I woke up. A sudden thought hit me. What if I never brought the wood outside at all? My mind rejected it immediately. No, I did. I remembered it clearly. Or I thought I did. But the memory felt thin now. Fragile. Like it could break if I stared at it too long. A soft scraping sound came from under the floor. I froze again. Every muscle locking. It was faint. But it was there. Slow movement. Like something dragging itself lightly across wood. Then stopping. Then again. A pattern. Not random. Controlled. I stepped back toward the bed. My eyes scanning the floor. The sound moved with me. Matching my position. Following. Not chasing. Following. My throat went dry. I whispered, "What do you want?" Silence answered me. Then, tap, right under the wood pile. I jerked back instantly. The logs didn't move, but the sound came again. Stronger this time, like something had tapped from below the surface. Not the ground, the structure, the cabin itself. I realized something then that made my skin go cold. The sound wasn't outside anymore. It wasn't under me. It was inside the cabin's frame, inside the bones of the place, like it had found a way in, or like it had always been there, just waiting for me to notice. I backed toward the door slowly, my hands shaking. I needed to leave the room. I needed air. I reached for the handle, stopped, because I heard something new. A faint shift behind me. Wood moving, stacking, slowly. I turned. My breath caught. One of the logs had rolled slightly. Just a small movement, but enough to know it wasn't still anymore. Tap. Another log shifted. Then another. Not falling. Not breaking. Arranging. My heart started pounding hard now, because it looked like something was correcting the pile. Fixing it. Like it didn't like how I was watching it. I stepped back again. My back hit the door. Locked. Still locked. Good, but also meaningless, because I suddenly wasn't sure what outside even meant anymore. A long silence followed. Too long. Then, a voice. Not outside. Not inside the room. Everywhere at once. Low. Unclear. Not words exactly. More like a sound pretending to be language. My knees almost gave out. I pressed myself against the door, trying not to fall, trying not to breathe too loud. The voice stopped. Everything went still again. The wood pile froze. The cabin stopped creaking. Even the air felt held, like something was listening to how I reacted. I didn't move. I didn't blink. Then the door behind me shifted slightly. Not opening. Not closing. Just adjusting. Like something on the other side had leaned against it. Slowly, testing it, I closed my eyes for a second. Just 1 second. When I opened them, the wood pile was gone. Completely gone. The floor was empty. Clean. Like it had never been there. My breath caught hard. I spun around instantly. The room was empty. No logs. No movement. No sound. Just me. And the cabin pretending nothing had happened. But I knew better now, because something inside this place had already learned how to hide. I noticed the extra window the moment the door closed behind me. But the weird part is, I never saw it from outside. That was the first thing that felt wrong about the cabin. Not the forest, not the silence. The window. It was on the far wall facing the trees. Small, square, dark glass, like it was holding something back instead of letting light in. I stood there with my camera bag still on my shoulder, not moving, because I was sure it wasn't in the listing photos. I remember checking those photos 3 times before coming here. The cabin looked simple. 1 door, 1 porch, 2 windows on the front. That's it. But now there were 3. My throat felt dry as I slowly dropped my bag onto the wooden floor. The sound echoed too much, like the cabin was empty in a way it shouldn't be. I walked closer to the wall. Slow, careful. The window didn't reflect the trees properly. That was the second thing I noticed. Instead of branches and green, I saw something like shadowed shapes, not clear enough to understand. Just movement that felt almost human but not fully. I blinked. It changed. Now it looked normal. Just forest. I let out a small breath I didn't realize I was holding. Okay, I whispered to myself, you're just tired. But I wasn't tired yet. I hadn't even unpacked. Still, I turned away from it, because staring felt worse than ignoring. I walked toward the kitchen area. Small counter, old stove, 1 chair at a crooked angle like someone had stood up too fast. The owner had left a note on the table. Stay 1 night only, no exceptions. No name. No greeting. Just that line. I laughed a little under my breath. Not because it was funny, because it felt like someone trying too hard to sound serious. I put the note back down and told myself not to overthink things. That's what I came here for anyway. 1 night alone. Just me, my camera, and the forest. I'm a photographer. I've stayed in worse places. Abandoned buildings, half-burned houses, places people called haunted just because they liked the story. But this wasn't supposed to be like that. This was supposed to be peaceful. A clean shot of untouched wilderness. I turned my camera on automatically, more out of habit than interest. The screen flickered for a second, then stabilized. I took a slow look around the room through the lens. The cabin looked normal again. Almost comforting. Almost. Then I turned the camera toward the window. The extra one. And my finger stopped on the shutter. Something was standing outside. Just for a second. Tall still. Not fully visible, like the camera couldn't decide how to capture it. I lowered the camera instantly. My heart gave a hard, sudden beat. Nothing there. Just trees. Wind moving leaves softly. No figure. No movement. I exhaled sharply. Okay, I said again, louder this time. No more imagination. But my voice didn't sound confident. It sounded like I was trying to convince the room, not myself. I walked over and closed the curtain over the window. Except there was no curtain. That was strange too. I remember seeing one in the photos. A thin white curtain. But here the rod was empty. Just metal, bare, like something had been removed recently. I stood there for a long moment. Then I shook my head. Focus, I told myself. I needed to set up my gear. That's what I came here for. Work, not thinking, not staring at windows that probably weren't even unusual. I opened my bag and pulled out my tripod. As I did, I heard a soft sound from outside. Not loud, just enough to pause my hands. A tap, like something brushing wood. I froze, listened. Nothing. Then again. Tap. this time closer. I walked slowly toward the door. My footsteps felt too loud in the cabin. When I reached the door, I didn't open it right away. I just listened. The forest was quiet in a way that felt too controlled. No insects, no wind, just stillness. Then the sound came again. Not knocking, not really. More like something touching the side of the cabin, slowly, searching. I slowly reached for the handle. My hand hesitated. I don't know why. Something about that window behind me made my skin feel tight. Like I wasn't alone inside anymore either. I opened the door. Cold air rushed in immediately. The forest was empty. Too empty. The trees stood still like they were holding their breath. I stepped out onto the porch. Looked left. Right. Nothing. No movement. No footprints. Just the sound of my own breathing getting faster. Then I noticed something on the ground. Fresh dirt. Dragged lightly along the side of the cabin. Like something had been walking close to the wall. Slow. Deliberate. Not random. I followed it with my eyes. It stopped directly under the extra window. I felt my stomach tighten. I stepped closer to the wall. The wood was cold under my fingers. And then I heard it. From inside. A soft movement. Like something shifting weight. Just above my head. I stepped back immediately. My camera was still inside. I should have grabbed it. But I didn't move. Because I was suddenly aware of something I hadn't noticed before. The window wasn't just extra. It was slightly open. Just a crack. I'm sure I closed it when I came in. I'm almost sure. I took a slow step back into the cabin. My eyes stayed locked on that window. Nothing moved. But the feeling stayed. Like something was still there. Watching. Waiting. I shut the door quickly. Locked it. Then leaned against it for a second, trying to calm my breathing. This is where I told myself it was just nerves. Just isolation. Just my mind playing tricks in a quiet place. But then I heard something that made my breath stop again. From inside the cabin. A soft click. Like wood settling. But I wasn't moving. Nothing in the room was moving. Except the window. I turned slowly. My camera bag sat where I left it. My tripod untouched. Everything the same. Except now, the extra window looked different. The glass wasn't reflecting the forest anymore. It was reflecting the inside of the cabin. From a slightly different angle. An angle I wasn't standing in. My stomach dropped. Because that meant one simple thing. Something was seeing me from where I couldn't see it back. I took a step backward without thinking. The floor creaked. The reflection in the window shifted slightly. Like something had adjusted its position inside the glass. I didn't move again. Neither did it. We just stayed like that. Looking at each other through something that shouldn't have been a mirror. And then the reflection slowly smiled. Not wide. Not obvious. Just enough for me to notice it wasn't mine. My hand reached for the door behind me instinctively. But before I could open it, the light in the cabin flickered once, and the reflection disappeared. The window went dark again. Normal. Empty. Like nothing had ever been there. I stood frozen for a long time. Not moving. Not breathing properly. Waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. That was almost worse. Because silence like that never comes alone. It always means something has stopped for now. I slowly turned my camera back on. My hands were shaking slightly now. I pointed it at the window again, just to prove to myself I was overreacting. The screen flickered, then showed the window. Clear, empty, normal forest behind it. I exhaled slowly. Relief came in for half a second. Then the screen updated again. Just one frame later, something was inside the room behind me, standing exactly where I had been standing a moment ago. I didn't turn around. I couldn't, because I suddenly understood the worst part of being alone in a place like this. It wasn't that something might be outside. It was that it already knew how to get inside. And I wasn't sure anymore if I ever truly arrived here alone. It started on the second night when I stopped trusting the window. Not because I saw something new, but because I didn't. That was the problem. After what I saw yesterday, the reflection, the thing standing where I was supposed to be, I barely slept. I sat on the floor most of the night, camera in my hands, pointed at the extra window. Waiting, watching. Nothing happened. Not a single movement. And that silence, it felt intentional. Like the cabin was letting me think I was safe again. That made it worse, because I started to wonder if it only shows itself when I stop looking. When I blink too long. When I breathe wrong. When I think I'm alone. Morning came too slowly. Gray light leaking through the trees like something weak and tired. I told myself I would leave. That was the plan. Pack up, drive away. Forget the job, forget the cabin, forget the window. Simple. But when I opened the door, my car keys were gone. Just gone. I checked my bag 3 times. My pockets, the table, even the floor, like they might have fallen there. Nothing. That was the first time I felt real panic. Not fear. Not confusion. Panic, because keys don't disappear in a locked room. Unless someone takes them. Or unless the room never meant to let them leave. I stood there for a long time, just listening. The forest outside was too still again. No birds. No wind. Nothing. Then I noticed something small. Footprints. Right outside the cabin door. Not mine. Too large. Too slow. They moved along the side of the cabin, circling. Always circling. Stopping directly under the extra window. My throat tightened. I didn't want to look at it. But I did. The window was closed. Normal. Dark glass. No reflection. No movement. Nothing. I almost laughed. Almost. Because for a second I thought maybe I had imagined everything. Maybe stress. Maybe isolation. Maybe too many nights alone in places like this finally catching up. I stepped back inside. Locked the door again. And that's when I heard it. Tap. From outside the window. Soft. Patient. My body went still instantly. I didn't turn right away, because I already knew what I would see. Slowly I looked, and there it was. The figure, standing under the window. Not fully clear, not fully human, just enough shape to understand direction. Height, presence. It didn't move. It just stood there, like it had been waiting for me to notice it again. My breath got stuck in my throat. I reached for my camera automatically. Hands shaking. Lifted it. Pointed it at the window. Through the lens, nothing. Just forest. Empty space. No figure. I lowered the camera. It was still there. Standing. Not reacting. Not leaving. Just watching. I swallowed hard. Then I did something stupid. I opened the door. Slowly, carefully, cold air hit my face instantly. I stepped out onto the porch. The figure didn't move. It stayed under the window. I took one step forward, then another. My heart was loud now. Too loud. I walked closer to the side of the cabin. The footprints were still there, fresh, leading right up to where it was standing. But when I got close enough to see clearly, nothing, no figure, no movement, just empty space. I stopped, looked around. Nothing. I turned back toward the cabin. The window stared at me like it was waiting for my reaction. Then, tap, right behind me. I turned fast. Nothing, only trees. But I felt it, that pressure, like something had just stepped closer when I wasn't looking. I went back inside quickly, locked the door again, and stood there breathing too fast, trying to make sense of it. It's not outside. It's not inside. It's only visible when it wants to be. That thought made my stomach drop, because that meant I wasn't observing it. I was being allowed to see it. Night came faster than I wanted. The forest outside turned black in a way that felt unnatural, like someone had turned the brightness down on the world. I sat in the corner of the room, camera on, pointed at the window again. I refused to blink for too long, refused to look away. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt wrong. Then it happened again. The figure appeared. Same place, same shape, standing under the window, watching. I froze. My finger tightened on the camera. I didn't move, didn't breathe properly. I just watched it back. And this time, I noticed something new. It wasn't looking at the cabin. It was looking at me, directly, even through the glass, even through the camera. I slowly raised the camera. Recorded. No shaking, no movement, just focus. Through the screen. Nothing. But when I lowered it, it was still there. Closer this time. My stomach twisted. I whispered, "What do you want?" No answer. Of course. Then it did something different. It stepped forward. Just one step. Closer to the window. And I swear the glass reacted. Not cracked. Not broken. Just fogged. From the inside. Like breath. Slow. Steady. I felt my skin go cold. Because the cabin was warm. But that fog wasn't mine. The figure raised its hand. Slowly. Pressed it against the window. And the strange thing was, the window pressed back. Like the glass wasn't a barrier. Like it was thin skin between two sides of the same space. I stood up without thinking. Moved toward it. One step. Then another. My reflection appeared in the glass. But it wasn't alone anymore. Something stood behind it. Inside it. Matching my movement perfectly. I stopped instantly. The reflection didn't. It kept moving for half a second more. Then froze. Smiling. Again. That same wrong smile. I stepped back fast. The figure outside didn't move. But the one in the glass did. It tilted its head slightly. Like it was confused, I was still reacting like this. Like it had expected me to stop being surprised by now. My breathing got shallow. I backed away from the window. Slow, careful, trying not to make sudden movements. because I felt it. The shift, like the cabin itself, was leaning toward the glass, wanting me closer. I turned away, walked toward the center of the room, didn't take my eyes off it fully. And then, tap, from inside the wall behind me. I froze. Another tap. Then another. Not outside anymore. Not the window. Inside. The cabin answered it, like it had been waiting for permission. The figure outside stayed still, but the one in the reflection leaned closer, pressing against the glass harder now. The window began to darken, slowly, like something on the other side was blocking the light. I backed toward the door, my hands shaking, trying to unlock it. But then I saw something that made my blood go cold. The keys, on the table, back in the room, exactly where I checked before, neatly placed, like they had always been there, like I had never lost them. My mind broke for a second, because I knew I had searched everywhere. I knew they weren't there. I was sure, but now they were. And that meant only one thing. Something had returned them, or replaced my memory of losing them. The tapping stopped. Everything went quiet. Too quiet. Even the figure outside was gone now. I turned back toward the window. Empty. No one there. I walked slowly toward it, each step heavier than the last. When I reached it, I looked out. Nothing. Just trees. Just night. Then I saw it. Far in the forest, between the trunks, a shape standing again, watching from deeper now. Not closer. Not gone. Just relocated. Like it was learning the space, studying how I moved. I stepped back slowly, my mind spinning, because I finally understood the pattern. It doesn't leave. It moves where I'm not looking. And the worst part, it learns faster when I try to prove it's not real. I locked the door again, sat down, camera still running, pointed at the window, because I couldn't stop now. Not after seeing it move like that. Not after the reflection smiled again. Outside, the forest stayed still. But I knew better now. Stillness doesn't mean empty. It means waiting. And somewhere out there, something had already learned how I watch. It took me a while to notice the field. Not because it was hidden, but because the window kept lying to me first. I was sitting on the floor, camera still running in my hands, trying not to blink for too long. My eyes were burning. My body felt heavy, but I refused to sleep again. Not after last night. Not after seeing it move closer when I wasn't looking. The window was quiet now. Too quiet. That was worse than anything, because I had learned something important in this cabin. It doesn't stay still because it's gone. It stays still because it's watching how you react. I slowly stood up. My legs were stiff. My back hurt from sitting in the same position for hours. I walked toward the window again, carefully, like it might notice the sound of my footsteps. The glass looked normal, dark, reflecting the inside of the cabin faintly. No figure, no movement, just me, tired, uncertain, but something felt off. The angle, it was wrong again. I leaned closer, pressed my fingers lightly against the wall under it, and I noticed it. The cabin wall wasn't straight. Not exactly. It slanted slightly outward, like the window was pushed too far into the forest. I frowned. That didn't make sense. From outside, the cabin looked square. Perfect. I remembered that clearly, but from inside it felt stretched, like the window belonged to a different structure entirely. I raised my camera slowly, turned it on, pointed it outside. The screen flickered for a second, then stabilized. Forest, thick trees, dark branches. Normal. I lowered the camera, looked through the window again, and froze, because now it wasn't forest. It was something else. Wide, empty, flat, a field. My breath stopped. I blinked hard, looked again. Trees were gone. Just open land stretched endlessly under a dull gray sky. No forest, no depth, just space. Wrong space. I stepped back immediately. My heart started beating faster. No, that's not possible, I whispered. I turned the camera back on. Checked the screen again. Still forest. Still trees. Still normal. I lowered it again. Field. Empty field. My mind started spinning. Two versions of the same view. One real. One wrong. Or both wrong. I walked closer again, slower this time. My face inches from the glass. And I noticed something new. The horizon line in the field wasn't stable. It shifted slightly when I moved, like it was reacting to my position. I raised my hand, touched the glass. Cold. Then, something happened. The reflection of my hand didn't match my movement. It lagged, half a second behind. My stomach dropped instantly. I pulled my hand back. The reflection caught up. Too late. Like it was copying me from memory, not reality. I stepped away fast. My breathing got shallow again. This doesn't make sense, I said out loud. But nothing here did. I turned my head slightly, trying to reset my mind, trying to think logically. Then I noticed something outside the field. A shape, far away, still, not moving, just standing at the edge where nothing changed. My throat tightened. I didn't want to look directly, but I did. Slowly, it was there, a figure again, but this time too far to see clearly. Just a vertical distortion in the air, like space itself was bending around it. I lifted my camera instantly, zoomed in. The screen showed nothing, just empty field. No figure, no distortion. I lowered it again. There it was, still standing. Same place, same position. Watching. I took a step back, then another, trying to create distance from the window. But something felt wrong now. The cabin felt tilted, not physically, but visually, like the inside and outside no longer agreed on where things were supposed to be. I turned slowly, looked at the room behind me. Everything looked normal, but I couldn't trust that anymore, because I had learned something very dangerous. The cabin lies differently depending on where you stand. A soft sound came from the window. Not knocking, not tapping, just pressure, like something leaning into the glass. I turned back. The field was closer now. Not physically, but visually. The horizon had shifted forward, like it was pressing toward the cabin. I backed away again. My foot hit the floorboard behind me. A creak echoed, and the field changed instantly. The grass moved, even though there was no wind. I froze. It reacted. To sound. To presence. To me. My heart started racing again. I whispered, "What are you?" No answer. Of course. But the figure in the distance moved slightly. Just a tilt of its head. Like it heard me. I shook my head quickly. No, no, no. I turned away from the window. Walked toward the center of the room. Trying to break the connection. Trying to reset it. But I could still see it in my mind. The field. The wrong horizon. The lagging reflection. It wasn't a window. Not really. It was something that responded. Something that translated reality into something else. I looked back again, and my stomach dropped, because now the field was gone. Forest again. Normal. Quiet. Still. I exhaled sharply. Too fast. Too relieved. That was mistake number one, because I had learned that silence here never means safety. Only preparation. I stepped closer again. Carefully. My eyes scanning the glass. Nothing. Just reflection. Just me. Then I saw it. In the reflection. Not outside. Behind me. Standing just inside the cabin. I turned instantly. Nothing there. Empty room. But the reflection didn't change. It stayed. Smiling. Not fully formed. Not sharp. Just enough to be wrong. I turned back to the window. The reflection stayed, even when I wasn't looking directly at it. That meant one thing. It wasn't tied to my eyes anymore. It was tied to the space. I stepped back slowly. The cabin creaked softly, and the reflection tilted its head slightly, like it was curious about how long it would take me to understand. Then, a shift outside. The forest returned fully, and the figure was closer now. Not far away anymore. Just beyond the trees, standing at the edge of visibility. The boundary between field and forest, between real and wrong. My hands started shaking because I realized something terrible. The window wasn't showing one place. It was switching between two, and something was moving between them. Using the difference, I whispered, "You're not in one place." The reflection in the glass smiled wider. Not kind, not human, just aware. I backed away again, slowly, carefully, trying not to trigger anything. But the figure outside took one step forward. Just one, and the window flickered. Forest, field, forest again. Faster now, like it couldn't decide which lie to hold. My breathing got louder. I covered my mouth slightly, trying to stay quiet, trying not to be noticed. But then the reflection spoke. Not with sound, with movement. Its mouth formed words I didn't hear, but somehow understood anyway. "You are the angle." My stomach dropped instantly, because that didn't make sense. And yet it did. I stepped back until I hit the wall, the window now flickering faster. Field, forest, field, forest, like reality was glitching under pressure. And the figure outside was getting closer every time the field appeared. I realized something then. It wasn't walking toward me. It was walking through the shift, through the wrong perspective, using the window like a door that only opens when I look the wrong way. I turned away from it completely, closed my eyes, trying to stop the connection, but I could still feel it. The field, the forest, both overlapping, both waiting. Then, a soft tap behind me, inside the cabin. Not the window. Not outside. Behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Because I suddenly understood the worst part of it all. The window wasn't showing me something outside. It was showing me where I was standing. And something was learning how to stand there too. The tap came again. Closer. And I realized I wasn't alone in the room anymore. Not in the way I used to understand it. And somewhere behind me, something was adjusting its position to match mine exactly. I didn't move for a long time. Not because I was calm. Because my body stopped agreeing with me. The cabin felt split again. Like something had cracked it open and left two versions of everything inside. My breathing was the only thing I could hear. Then I saw it. Outside the window. Me. Standing perfectly still. Facing the cabin. Facing me. I felt my stomach drop so fast I thought I might fall. Because I knew I wasn't outside. I was right here. Inside. But the version of me outside didn't look wrong at first. That was the worst part. It looked normal. Same jacket. Same posture. Same tired eyes. Like a mirror that stepped too far away from the glass. I whispered no. My voice didn't sound real. The figure outside didn't react right away. It just stood there, watching me, like it had been waiting for me to notice. My hand slowly reached for the wall beside me. Cold wood. Real texture. I needed something real to hold on to. Because the thing outside wasn't supposed to exist. It tilted its head slightly. Just like I do when I'm confused. That small movement made my chest tighten. Because it was too familiar. Too accurate. Then it smiled. And everything broke inside my head. Not a normal smile. Not mine. It was delayed. Like it remembered how a smile should look, but forgot the feeling behind it. I took a step back without thinking. The floor creaked. The sound felt too loud in the silence. The version of me outside didn't move at first. Then it mirrored my step. Exactly. Perfectly. Too perfectly. My breath got stuck halfway. I whispered again, "That's not me." But even saying it felt weak. Because it looked like me. Too much like me. The eyes followed mine. Not randomly. Not loosely. Directly. Like it knew where my attention was at all times. I backed away slowly from the window. But the outside version didn't leave. It stayed in place. Waiting. Like it knew I would come back. I turned my head slightly toward the room. Just to ground myself. Just to remind myself there was still a room. Still walls. Still something real. But when I looked back, it was closer. Not outside the glass anymore. Just right there. Standing at the edge of the window frame. My breath stopped completely. No, no, no. I moved back faster now. My shoulder hit the table behind me. A small object fell. I didn't even look at what it was. Because I couldn't take my eyes off it. Off me. Outside. The version of me lifted its hand slowly. Pressed it against the glass. I felt my own hand twitch at the same time. Not from control. From instinct. Like my body remembered the motion before my mind did. The glass fogged slightly under its touch. But there was no breath. No condensation. Just pressure. Like the window was being tested. Not broken. Just tested. I stepped sideways. The outside version followed instantly. Same movement. Same delay. But now I noticed something worse. Its timing was off. By half a second. always half a second, like it was learning me in real time. I backed toward the center of the room, trying to increase distance, trying to reset the angle, but it kept adjusting, matching, correcting, observing. Then it did something different. It stopped mirroring me. Completely. I froze, because it wasn't supposed to stop. That wasn't part of the pattern. It tilted its head again, slowly, and this time I didn't tilt mine. But it still smiled. Wider now. Too wide. My stomach turned, because I realized something important. It wasn't copying me anymore. It was deciding what I would do next. I shook my head quickly. No, I don't move like that. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure anymore. The version outside raised its hand again, but not to mirror me, to point. Behind me. I felt my skin go cold instantly. I didn't turn right away, because I already knew what it meant. Something was in the room, or closer than that. I whispered, "Do." The outside version nodded slightly, like it understood, like it agreed. That made it worse, because nothing should understand me that well. A soft sound came from behind me. Wood shifting. Slow. Careful. I didn't turn. My eyes stayed locked on the window. The outside version stayed still, watching me decide. That was the moment I understood something deeply wrong. It wasn't trying to scare me. It was waiting for me to react correctly, like there was a right response, and I was failing it. The sound behind me came again, closer this time. A soft step, not heavy, not fast, just present. I swallowed hard. My voice came out thin. "Who are you?" The outside version mouthed something. No sound, just movement, but I understood it anyway. "Look." My body froze, because I didn't want to, but I did. Slowly, I turned my head and saw nothing. Empty room. Nothing behind me. Just shadows and furniture. But the feeling stayed, that I had just looked away from something important. I turned back immediately. The window had changed. Now there were two of them, side by side. Same frame, same shape, but only one had me standing outside. The other was empty, completely dark, like it was waiting to be used. My breathing got uneven. No, there was only one, but my memory felt unstable now, like it didn't trust itself anymore. The outside version stepped slightly closer to the glass again. Slow, intentional. It raised its hand, not to press the glass this time, but to touch its own reflection. And when it did, the empty window beside it flickered. Just once. Then I saw it. In the second window, another me, standing inside it, but from a different angle. Wrong angle. Too low. Too close. Watching me from somewhere I couldn't place. I stepped back hard. My heel hit the floor. My balance broke for a second. And in that moment, both versions of me outside smiled at the same time, but not in sync. One delayed, one early, like they were arguing over how I should look. I backed away faster now, because I realized something terrifying. There wasn't one outside me. There were multiple versions forming, each one slightly wrong, each one slightly ahead of me, like the cabin was generating possibilities and choosing which one to show me. I shook my head violently. No, this isn't real. But the words didn't help, because I could still feel it. That presence behind me again. Closer now. The outside versions both pointed at the same time. Not at me. At the floor. I hesitated. My eyes dropped for just a second. And I saw it. Footprints. Inside. Fresh. Leading toward me. I froze. Because I hadn't moved. Not for a while. Which meant something else had. Slowly. Carefully. Behind me. The outside versions didn't smile anymore. They just watched. Waiting. For me to turn around. I didn't want to. But I did. Slowly. And there was nothing there. Again. But this time, I didn't believe it. Because I could feel the shape of it. Right behind me. Breathing without sound. Standing where I had just been. I turned back to the window quickly. Both outside versions were gone now. Just empty glass. Dark reflection. No movement. No figure. Nothing. I stood there shaking, trying to understand what just happened. Then my reflection appeared again. Inside the glass. But it wasn't outside anymore. It was inside the room. Standing behind me. Smiling. I didn't turn this time. I didn't breathe properly. I just stood there. Because I finally understood the worst part. It wasn't copying me anymore. It had started replacing me. And I wasn't sure which version of me was still allowed to stay inside the cabin. We shouldn't have stayed after sunset. That's the first thing I remember thinking when the sky started turning that sick shade of gray, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to become night or just disappear. But I didn't say it out loud. None of us did, because laughing felt easier than listening. The cabin looked perfect when we first arrived. Too perfect, actually. Wooden walls, clean windows, deep forest all around like the world ended just a few steps past the porch. My friend Adil said it felt peaceful. Sarah called it Instagram perfect. Even I believed it for a moment. That was mistake number one. The owner met us at the edge of the road. He didn't come closer than necessary, just pointed toward the narrow path and said, "Stay inside after sunset. Lock everything. Don't look outside too long." We laughed then. People always give weird rules in places like this. Horror movie stuff. We joked about it the whole walk up. But I noticed something. He didn't laugh with us. He just looked at the cabin like it wasn't something he trusted. Like it wasn't something he owned. Still, we went in. The inside smelled like old wood and dust that never fully leaves. There were 4 rooms, a small kitchen, and a living room with a window that took up almost the entire wall. That window, I didn't like it immediately. Not because it was broken or dirty. Because it felt like it was already looking at us before we looked at it. We dropped our bags, played music, opened snacks, tried to make it feel normal. Sarah started recording videos. Adil joked about camping survival skills he clearly didn't have. Imran tried to find signal on his phone every 2 minutes like it would magically improve. Everything felt fine. Almost too fine. And that's when I noticed the forest outside. It was quiet. Not peaceful quiet. Dead quiet. No birds, no wind, no insects, just trees standing still like they were waiting for something to happen. I remember asking, "Is it always this silent here?" Adil said, "Bro, it's just nature." But he didn't sound sure. Time moved fast after that. Too fast. We didn't notice the sun dropping until the light inside the cabin started changing color. Everything turned orange, then deeper red, like the room was slowly filling with rust. That's when the owner's warning came back into my mind. Stay inside after sunset. Don't look outside too long. Sarah turned off her camera. Weird vibe, honestly, she said, trying to laugh it off. Imran finally looked up from his phone. Okay, but why does it feel like it got colder? He was right. It did get colder. Not normal evening cold. Something sharper, like the air itself had tightened. And then the sun disappeared. Not slowly. Not like a sunset should. It just ended. 1 second there was light. The next second there was. Like someone turned off the sky. Silence changed immediately. It became heavier. Adil walked toward the window. Okay, this is actually kinda creepy. I said don't stand there too long. I don't know why I said that. It just came out. He didn't listen. Of course he didn't. He pressed his forehead slightly toward the glass, trying to see deeper into the forest. And then he went quiet. That was the first real shift. Not fear yet. Confusion. Guys, he said slowly, why does it look like that? We all moved closer. Against better judgment. That's how it always starts. One person gets curious. The rest follow. Outside the window, the forest looked wrong. Not darker. Not scarier. Just wrong in a way my brain couldn't explain immediately. The trees looked too straight. Too spaced. Like they were arranged instead of grown. Sarah whispered, that's not how forests look. Imran shook his head. Maybe it's the glass, like distortion or something. But I could see it clearly. The depth was off. Like the forest wasn't going inward. It was stretching outward. Then Adil pointed. Wait, what is that? I followed his finger. At first I didn't see anything. Then I did. Between the trees, something stood still. A shape. Human-like. But too still. Not leaning, not shifting, not reacting. Just placed there. Like it had always been part of the view. Sarah stepped back immediately. Okay, no, I don't like that. Imran laughed nervously. It's probably just a tree trunk or something weird shaped. But I knew it was. Because it moved. Not walking. Not stepping. Just a slight adjustment. Like it realized we were looking. The room went quiet. Even the music had stopped at some point. I didn't remember who turned it off. Adil whispered, it's coming closer. I didn't want to believe him. But it was. Not fast. Not slow. Just closer every time I blinked. And then something happened that I still can't explain properly. The window fogged. Not from inside. From outside. Like something was breathing on the glass. Imran backed away. Okay, we should close the curtains. But there were no curtains. Only glass. One wide, open view into that forest that wasn't acting like a forest anymore. Sarah grabbed her phone again. I'm recording this, just in case. Her voice stopped mid-sentence. Because the figure outside stopped too. Right in front of the window. Close enough now that we should have seen details. But we didn't. It wasn't blurry. It was undefined. Like our eyes refused to complete the shape. Adil stepped back slowly. Nope, I'm done. That's when the tapping started. Not loud. Not urgent. Just one soft tap on the glass. Then another. Imran whispered, it's knocking. But it didn't feel like knocking. It felt like testing. Like it was learning what sound did to us. Sarah backed into the couch. This is not real. This is not real. I wanted to agree. But I couldn't. Because the tapping changed rhythm. It started matching my breathing. I realized it the moment my chest tightened. In tap. Out tap. In tap. Adil noticed it too. His face went pale. Stop breathing like that. I'm not doing it, I said immediately. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure. The tapping stopped. Complete silence followed. That silence lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then the figure outside tilted its head. Exactly like I do when I'm confused. Sarah noticed first. Why is it copying us? And that's when Imran made the mistake. He laughed. A short, nervous laugh. Okay, this is some prank, right? Someone set this up. The moment he said it, the figure reacted. Not aggressively. Not suddenly. It just moved closer to the glass. Slowly. Deliberately. Until its face, or where a face should have been, was inches away from the window. And then it did something none of us were ready for. It raised its hand and pressed it against the glass, exactly where Adil's hand was resting on the other side. Adil jumped back instantly. Bro, I didn't even. He stopped, because his hand was still there, on the glass, but he swore he moved it. We all saw it. I saw it. 2 hands, same position, same shape, one inside, one outside. Sarah started crying quietly. No, 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 no. Imran grabbed his phone again. I'm calling someone. I'm calling the owner. No signal. Of course there was no signal. There never is in stories like this. But this wasn't a story yet. It was just a night. A very wrong night. The figure outside pressed harder. The glass didn't break. It just bent slightly. Like it was soft. Like it wasn't really glass anymore. Adil backed toward the hallway. We need to leave now. I agreed instantly. But when I turned toward the door, I saw something worse. The door was open. Just slightly. We were sure we locked it. Imran whispered, "Did anyone?" None of us answered. Because we all knew. We didn't open it. So something else did. A slow creak came from the hallway. Inside the cabin. Not outside. Inside. And that's when I understood the worst part. The thing outside wasn't trying to get in. It was already learning how to be inside. And we were still standing in its way. He was standing in the hallway when we realized something was wrong. Not gone. Not injured. Just missing from where he was supposed to be. Adil was the first to notice. He whispered, "Where Imran?" We all turned at the same time. The hallway looked normal at first. Same wooden walls. Same dim yellow light. Same quiet that felt too heavy to be natural. But the door at the end, it was open wider now. We were sure it wasn't like that before. Sarah stepped closer to me. He probably went outside, he's panicking. But her voice didn't sound convinced. I looked at the floor. There were footprints near the door. Fresh, leading out, and then stopping. Like someone had stood there for a long time, before deciding whether to come back. Adil called his name softly, "Imran." No answer. Only the wind outside moved a little. Slow, careful, like it was listening. Then we heard it. A voice from outside the cabin. "Guys." It was Imran. We all froze instantly. Sarah exhaled sharply, "Thank God." But I didn't move, because something in his voice felt off. Not wrong enough to notice immediately, but wrong enough to feel it in my stomach. Adil already walked toward the door. "Where were you?" we thought. I grabbed his arm. Hard. He looked at me. "What?" I whispered, "Don't open it yet." He frowned. "It's Imran." "I know," I said. But I didn't know. Not fully. The voice came again, closer this time. Open the door, it's cold out here. Sarah moved toward it now. He's freezing, just open it. But I noticed something. The voice didn't match the weather. There was no shivering in it. No urgency. Just patience. Like it had time. Too much time. Adil pulled his arm away from me. Bro, stop overthinking. And he opened the door. Cold air rushed in immediately. Sharp. Wrong. Not natural forest cold. Something emptier. Sarah called out, Imran. Silence answered. Then, a shadow stepped into the doorway. We all relaxed for half a second. Because it looked like him. Same height. Same jacket. Same posture. Imran. He walked inside slowly, rubbing his arms like he was cold. Why did you guys lock me out? He said casually. Sarah rushed forward. We thought you disappeared. He smiled slightly. I just went outside for air. That was mistake number one. Because Imran hated going outside alone. Always had. He used to joke that forests were too quiet to trust. Adil laughed nervously. Bro, you scared us. Imran looked at him and smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. That's when I felt it. The room had changed. Not physically, emotionally, like something heavier had entered with him. Sarah touched his shoulder. Are you okay? He paused. Too long. Then said, yeah, better now. But his voice, it had a rhythm problem. Like sentences were being assembled instead of spoken. Adil didn't notice. Of course he didn't. He clapped Imran's back. Next time don't wander off like that. Imran nodded slowly, but his eyes stayed on me. Only me. That should have been the second warning. I stepped back slightly. I'm going to check the back door, I said. No one stopped me. I walked into the kitchen. The light there was dimmer, flickering slightly. The sink dripped once, then stopped, then started again, like it was unsure if sound was allowed. I checked the back door. Locked. Still locked. No movement outside. No footprints. Nothing. But I didn't feel relieved, because I knew something simple. If Imran had gone outside, there should have been tracks. I walked back slowly and stopped in the doorway. They were still there. All three of them. Sarah, Adil, Imran, talking, laughing slightly now, like nothing had happened. But something was wrong with the sound of Imran's laugh. It was delayed, a fraction too late, like it was copying laughter it had heard earlier. I stepped into the room. Sarah looked at me. You okay? I nodded slowly, but my eyes stayed on Imran. He wasn't looking at anyone else. Just me. Again. Adil sat down on the couch. Okay, can we just chill for a bit? That thing outside freaked me out. Imran tilted his head slightly. What thing? The room went quiet. Adil frowned. Bro, you saw it too. Imran blinked. Once. Twice. Then said, no, I didn't. That was the first real silence. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Sarah whispered, you were right there. Imran shrugged slightly. Maybe I was tired. But his shrug came too late after the words. Like body and speech were not connected properly. I stepped closer. Imran, where exactly did you go? He looked at me, and for a second his expression changed. Not anger, not confusion, something like calculation. Then it softened again. I told you, he said calmly, outside just air. But then he added something that made my stomach drop. Why did something happen to me? The way he said me felt wrong. Like he was testing how the word should sound. Adil stood up again. Okay, this is weird, stop joking. Imran didn't react. Instead, he looked at the window. The main one. The big one facing the forest. And said quietly, it's getting closer. Sarah turned immediately. What is? Imran didn't answer. He just smiled again. Same wrong smile from before. But now it felt practiced. Like he had been learning it. I followed his gaze. The forest outside looked normal at first. Dark trees. Still air. No movement. But then I noticed something between the branches. A shape. Standing. Still. Watching. And my chest tightened instantly. Because I remembered something. That thing from earlier. The one at the edge of the trees. It hadn't gone away. It had just waited. Adil whispered, it's still there. Sarah stepped back slowly. Why is it still there? Imran answered softly. Because it found the door. We all turned to him instantly. Adil frowned. What door? Imran didn't blink. The one I used. Silence hit the room again. Harder this time. I felt my hands go cold. Sarah whispered, Imran, what are you talking about? He looked at her. Then at me. Then smiled slightly. I went outside, he said again, and something showed me how to come back. My throat tightened. Because that wasn't a normal sentence. That was instruction. Not memory. Adil shook his head. Bro, you're not making sense. Imran nodded slowly. I know. That made it worse. Because he agreed too easily. Like confusion was expected. Like it was part of him now. The window behind him creaked slightly. Just a small sound. But all of us heard it. Sarah flinched. Did you hear that? Imran didn't look back. He just said, it likes when we talk about it. I stepped forward slightly. Stop saying that. He finally looked at me properly. And for a second, something almost human flickered in his face. Almost. Then it was gone. I didn't come back alone, he said quietly. Adil froze. What does that mean? Imran pointed at the hallway. Slow. Deliberate. The other one is still outside. My stomach dropped instantly. Sarah whispered, other one. Imran nodded. Very slowly. Me. The room felt like it tilted. Just slightly. Like reality lost balance for a second. I backed away. Because I understood something terrible. Imran wasn't the one who disappeared. Something used him to come back. Adil grabbed a lamp from the table. Okay, enough, I'm done. We're leaving. Imran didn't react. He just said softly, you already let it in. The lights flickered. Once, twice, and outside the window. The shape in the forest took one step forward. But this time, it looked like it was learning how to walk properly inside a place that was already waiting for it. It didn't happen all at once. That's the part I keep thinking about. If it had changed suddenly, we would have run. But it didn't. It shifted slowly, like something learning how to stay unnoticed. Imran stood near the window, still smiling that wrong smile. And none of us knew what to do with him. Adil was the first to break the silence. You're not serious right now, he said. Imran tilted his head slightly. About what? Adil laughed once, sharp and nervous. About whatever you just said. Another you outside. Bro, come on. Imran didn't react the way a normal person would. No frustration. No defense. Just calm confusion. like he was waiting for instructions. Sarah stepped closer to me. I could feel her hand shaking before she even touched my arm. "Something is off," she whispered. I didn't answer, because I already knew. I just didn't know where it started. Adil walked in front of Imran now. "Okay, look at me. Tell me exactly what happened outside." Imran blinked slowly. Once, twice, like he was searching through something behind his eyes. Then he said, "I went out. The forest was quiet." His voice paused. "Too clean. Too separated." Then he continued, "It showed me the edge." Sarah frowned. "Edge of what?" Imran turned his head slightly toward her and smiled again. "The part where you stop being inside." That sentence made my stomach drop, because it didn't sound like nonsense. It sounded like something that meant something else. Adil rubbed his face. "Okay, I'm done. I'm not doing this horror story talk." But no one laughed. No one even smiled. Because the cabin felt different now. Not haunted. Not dramatic. Just uncertain. Like reality had loosened its grip. I looked at the window again. The forest outside looked normal. Still trees. No movement. But I couldn't trust it anymore. Sarah whispered, "We should stay together. No one leaves the room." That sounded reasonable. Safe. Human. But then Imran said something quietly. "I think I already left." We all turned to him instantly. Adil snapped, "Stop saying weird stuff." But Imran wasn't looking at him. He was looking at his own hands, like he was studying them for the first time. Then he said, "My hand was outside before I came in." Sarah shook her head quickly. "That doesn't make sense." Imran nodded. "I know. That was the problem." He always agreed too easily, too smoothly, like resistance didn't exist inside him anymore. I stepped closer to the kitchen counter, just to put distance between us and him. My brain kept trying to solve it logically. Maybe shock, maybe panic, maybe hallucination. But none of it explained the feeling that something was learning how to be him. Adil walked toward the hallway again. "I'm checking the door, if this is some prank." Sarah grabbed his arm. "Don't leave." But he shook her off. "I'm not staying here listening to this." He walked into the hallway, and the moment he did, the air changed slightly, like the cabin noticed a missing piece. Imran turned his head toward the hallway. Slowly, too slowly, then whispered, "That's how it starts." Sarah whispered back, "What starts?" Imran didn't answer. He just stared at the hallway. I followed his gaze, and I noticed something small. The light in the hallway was slightly dimmer than before. Not broken, just reduced, like something had stepped between it and the source. Adil's voice came from the hallway. "Door is still locked, everything's fine." Relief should have come. It didn't, because his voice sounded slightly farther away than it should have been. Sarah called out, "Adil, come back." No answer immediately. Then, "Yeah, I'm coming." But it wasn't instant. There was a delay. A small one, but enough. I looked at Imran again. He was smiling again, but now it felt observant. Not random, like he was watching patterns. Sarah noticed my expression. "What?" I whispered, "Something's wrong with timing." She frowned. "What does that even mean?" I didn't know how to explain it, but everything was slightly off. Responses, movements, even silence, like the room was lagging behind reality. Adil came back into the living room, but he didn't walk in the same way he left. His steps were slower, More careful. Sarah immediately relaxed. Okay, good, everything fine. Adil nodded, then paused, just a fraction too long. I think so, he said, but he didn't sound like himself. Not fully. Imran watched him closely now, like he was comparing something. Adil noticed. What? Imran tilted his head. Nothing. But his eyes stayed on him, unblinking. That's when I realized something I didn't want to admit. We were all watching each other now. Not as friends, but as checks. Like we were trying to confirm who was still real. Sarah whispered, "This is making no sense." Adil sat down hard on the couch. We're tired, that's it. We're all overthinking. I wanted to believe him. But then I noticed something on his sleeve. Dirt. Fresh. Wet. Like he had touched something outside. I frowned. Where did you go again? He looked at me. And for a second, he hesitated. That hesitation was new. I told you, he said slowly. The door. Imran spoke quietly from behind us. That's not where you went. The room went still. Adil turned sharply. What did you say? Imran repeated calmly. That's not where you went. Sarah stood up immediately. Imran, stop it. But Imran didn't look at her. He was focused on Adil, like he was replaying him, studying him. Adil laughed nervously. Okay, now you're just being creepy. Imran nodded. You went near the window. Adil froze slightly, just enough for me to notice. Sarah noticed too. No, he didn't, she said quickly. But her voice wasn't strong. Imran took one step forward. Slow. Careful. I saw you, he said. Adil shook his head. That's not true. But his voice cracked slightly at the end. Just a small break. A flaw. And that's when something changed in Imran's expression. Interest. Not emotion. Interest. Like confirmation of something. Sarah grabbed my arm harder now. Tell him to stop. But I didn't. Because I was watching Adil. And I saw it too. A small scratch on his wrist. Fresh. Like he had been pulled. Or touched. Or held. Adil noticed us staring. What? No one answered. Because we didn't know. And not knowing felt dangerous now. Imran spoke again softly. You stayed outside longer than you said. Adil shook his head again. No, I didn't. But this time his denial came too fast. Too defensive. Sarah stepped back slightly. Adil, just tell us what happened. And that's when he got angry. Nothing happened. Too loud. Too sudden. Silence dropped instantly after it. Even Adil seemed surprised by his own voice. He looked down at his hands, like he didn't trust them anymore. Imran whispered something then, almost to himself. Mismatch. That word made my skin go cold. Adil snapped. What the hell does that mean? Imran looked at him, and for the first time, his smile disappeared slightly. Not fully gone, just unstable, like it forgot how to stay in place. You don't match, Imran said. Sarah shook her head. Stop talking like that. But Imran continued anyway. Your timing is wrong. Adil laughed nervously. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to sleep. He stood up quickly. Too quickly. Sarah reached for him. Don't go alone. But he pulled away. I need space. He walked toward the hallway again. And this time, none of us followed immediately. Because something inside the room felt like it was waiting. Not for action, for reaction. I watched Adil disappear into the hallway. Sarah whispered, he's not acting normal. I nodded slowly. Imran whispered, "Neither is he." Sarah turned sharply. "What do you mean?" But Imran didn't answer. He was looking at the hallway again, listening, and I realized something terrifying. He wasn't guessing anymore. He was verifying. The hallway light flickered once, then steadied, but Adil didn't come back right away. A second passed, then another. Then his voice came from the hallway. "Soft. Careful. I think I saw something." Sarah immediately moved forward. "Adil." But Imran raised his hand slightly, stopping her, listening harder now. The hallway stayed quiet. Too quiet. Then Adil spoke again. Some things in the reflection. And in that moment, Imran whispered something that made my stomach drop completely. "That's not Adil anymore." Sarah froze. I couldn't move, because the voice in the hallway spoke again. And it sounded like Adil. Almost perfectly. But not enough. Not anymore. The mirror was already covered when I found it. I didn't notice it at first. Not because it was hidden badly, but because the cloth felt intentional. Like someone didn't just cover it. They made sure it stayed covered. It was in the corner of the cabin bedroom, where the light didn't fully reach. At first, I thought it was just old furniture. Then I saw the note, pushed into the cloth like it didn't want to be seen. 3 words. "Do not uncover." No name. No explanation. Just that. I stood there for a while, long enough that the air in the room started feeling heavier. The cabin was quiet, but not empty quiet. More like something was waiting for me to decide wrong. I should have ignored it. That's what normal people do. But my brain didn't let it go. Because why cover a mirror? And why warn someone about it? I stepped closer. The floor creaked under me. A small sound, but it felt loud in that room. I looked at the cloth again. It wasn't dusty like the rest of the cabin. It was clean. Too clean. Like it had been replaced recently. I reached out slowly, then stopped. My hand froze midair, because I noticed something else. The cloth wasn't hanging still. It was moving slightly. Not from wind. There was no wind. It was moving like something behind it was breathing. In, out, slow. I pulled my hand back. My throat felt dry. I told myself it's nothing. Just fabric shifting. Just air trapped behind glass. But I still didn't move closer. Instead, I turned away. I tried to ignore it. I really did. I walked out of the room, down the hallway, into the kitchen, turned on the tap just to hear something normal. Water ran. Loud. Comforting. For a second, I almost forgot it. Almost. But then I heard something behind me. A soft sound. Like cloth sliding. I turned instantly. Nothing. Kitchen empty. Hallway still. No movement. I exhaled slowly. Told myself I'm imagining it. That's when I noticed my reflection in the kitchen window. It looked normal. Tired face. Same me. Same everything. But my eyes didn't match my expression. They looked focused. Like I was still thinking about the mirror, even though I was trying not to. I turned away from it. Stopped staring. But the feeling stayed. That thing in the bedroom wasn't just an object. It was a question. And my mind hated unanswered questions. I went back. I don't know why. Maybe curiosity. Maybe stupidity. Maybe both. The hallway felt longer this time, like the cabin stretched a little while I wasn't looking. Each step sounded softer than before, like the wood was swallowing sound. When I reached the bedroom door, I stopped again. The air felt different here. Colder, not temperature cold, attention cold, like something inside the room knew I was back. I pushed the door open slowly. The mirror was still there, still covered, still waiting. The note was still pressed into the cloth. Do not uncover. But something had changed. The cloth looked tighter, like it was pulled inward slightly, as if something underneath had moved closer to the surface. I stepped inside. My heartbeat got louder. I could hear it in my ears now. Slow, unsteady. I walked closer. One step, then another. The cloth didn't move anymore. It was still, too still. That felt worse, because now it wasn't reacting. It was holding itself back, like it knew I was close enough to make a mistake. I stood right in front of it, close enough to touch. I stared at the note again. Do not uncover. My mind started arguing with itself. It's just a mirror. It's just glass. Why would someone hide glass? Unless they didn't want it used, or seen, or reflected. That thought hit harder than I expected, because reflection means truth, and truth is not always safe. I reached out again. My fingers hovered over the cloth. I could feel something strange, a faint warmth, not from the room, from the mirror. That made no sense. Glass doesn't have warmth, but I felt it anyway, like something on the other side was close, very close. My hand trembled slightly. I paused. My breath stopped for a second, and then I pulled the cloth just a little, not fully, just enough to peek. A small corner lifted. At first I saw nothing, just darkness behind the glass. No reflection, no depth, just black, like the mirror wasn't showing the room at all. I frowned. That wasn't normal. I pulled it a little more. The cloth shifted, and the black surface shifted with it, like it wasn't a reflection. It was a space, a wrong one. Then I saw something inside it. A shape, not clear, not defined, just movement, slow, like something turning its head toward me. My hand froze instantly. I should have stopped. I should have covered it back. But I didn't, because I wanted to understand. And that's the worst part of fear. It doesn't stop curiosity. It feeds it. I pulled the cloth a little more. More glass exposed. More darkness revealed. And then, my reflection appeared. But it wasn't me. Not fully. It looked like me. Same outline. Same face. But the timing was wrong. It blinked half a second after I did. It tilted its head before I moved, like it was remembering me instead of copying me. I stepped back instantly. The cloth slipped slightly, and the mirror reacted. Not like glass, like something waking up. The reflection straightened, slowly, too slowly, and smiled. But I wasn't smiling. I backed away further. My back hit the wall. My breathing got sharper. The reflection raised its hand. I didn't move, but it did. Exactly. Half a second early now. Like it was getting ahead of me. I whispered no. The reflection's mouth moved, but I didn't hear sound. I just understood it anyway. Finally, my stomach dropped instantly. I turned my head away, looked anywhere else, but the feeling didn't stop, because I could still see it, even without looking. That's when I realized something terrible. The mirror wasn't reflecting me. It was watching me. I moved slightly. The reflection didn't lag anymore. It predicted. It corrected. It adapted, like it was learning how I behaved. The cloth slid a little more on its own. I didn't touch it. It just moved, and more of the mirror became visible. The reflection stepped closer, even though I didn't. I whispered again, "What are you?" The reflection tilted its head. Same as me, but earlier, before I even finished the movement. Then it smiled again, wider this time, too wide, the kind of smile that doesn't belong on a human face for too long. My throat tightened. I tried to step away, but my feet didn't feel right. Like the room was slightly angled differently now. Like gravity had shifted toward the mirror. The reflection lifted its hand again. And this time, it didn't mirror me at all. It pressed its palm against the glass from the inside. Waiting, patient, like it knew I would respond. My heart started pounding, because I realized something I didn't want to understand. I wasn't controlling this anymore. The mirror wasn't showing me. It was preparing me. And somewhere deep inside that black glass, something else moved closer to the surface, waiting for me to uncover the rest. I don't know what made me do it. That's the truth I keep circling back to. Not fear, not curiosity. Something worse. A pull I couldn't step away from. My hand moved before my thoughts agreed. The cloth was still there, half covering the mirror like it was trying to pretend nothing had changed. But I already knew it had. The moment I touched it, the air felt wrong again. Warm close, watching. I pulled harder this time. No hesitation. The cloth slid down like it was relieved to fall. And the mirror was fully exposed. Just glass. At least that's what it should have been. For a second, nothing happened. Just my reflection staring back at me. Normal. Tired. Human. I almost laughed. Almost. Because that calm felt fake. Like silence right before something breaks. Then my reflection blinked. Half a second late. My stomach tightened instantly. I didn't blink again. But it did. Slow. Delayed. Wrong. I stepped closer without meaning to. One step. Then another. The reflection didn't match my movement perfectly. It lagged behind me like it was remembering what I did, instead of doing it with me. I lifted my hand. It followed. But late. Always late. Like it was learning the pattern. Not living it. I whispered without thinking, "Why are you slow?" My reflection's mouth moved a moment after mine. And then it smiled. That same smile from before. But now it felt closer. Less like a trick. More like awareness. I told myself it's just stress. Isolation. Cabin tricks. Eyes playing games. But my reflection tilted its head before I did. Before I even thought of doing it. That's when my breath stopped. Because I hadn't moved yet. And it already knew. A quiet sound came from the mirror. Like glass stretching. Or something pressing gently from the other side. I took a step back fast. The reflection didn't lag this time. It matched me perfectly. Too perfectly. That felt worse. Because now it was adapting. Learning when to sink. When to break pattern. When I stopped moving, it stopped too. We stood there, still, staring, like two people waiting for the other to make the first mistake. I tried to slow my breathing. It slowed too. I didn't move my eyes. Neither did it. But I wasn't in control of the rhythm anymore. It felt like standing in front of something that was testing me. Not copying me. Testing. Then I noticed something small. Its eyes weren't fixed on mine. They were slightly off, watching my face a fraction too closely. Like it was studying where I would go next. Not where I was. I whispered, "What are you?" My reflection didn't answer. Not immediately. Then its lips moved. But the sound didn't come from the mirror. It came from behind me. I froze. My whole body went cold. Slowly I turned. Nothing was there. Just the empty hallway outside the bedroom. Dark. Still. But the voice didn't come again. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was smiling again. Wider. Like it enjoyed that. Like it had just learned something about me. My throat went dry. I stepped closer again, slower this time. My reflection stayed still. Waiting. Then I noticed it wasn't exactly copying anymore. Its timing was off in different ways. Sometimes early. Sometimes late. Like it couldn't decide how to exist. Like it was trying different versions of me. I lifted my hand again. It didn't move right away. It watched my hand first, then copied. But halfway through it stopped. Just froze. While I was still moving. That had never happened before. I stopped too. We both stood still again. But the reflection's head slowly tilted on its own. Without me doing it. Completely separate now. Like it had started breaking away from me. My heart pounded harder. I took a small step back. The reflection didn't mirror it. It stepped forward. Just one step. Inside the mirror. Not outside. But it looked closer. Larger. Like the space behind the glass had shifted. My stomach dropped. I whispered no. It smiled again. But this time, it didn't wait for me to stop moving. It moved first. It raised its hand and placed it against the glass. My exact hand position from seconds earlier. Delayed memory. Replayed action. And then, it pressed. The glass made a soft sound. Like a sigh. I stepped back immediately. But the reflection stayed where it was. Hand still against the surface. Then it leaned closer. And for the first time, its mouth moved without matching mine at all. It said very quietly, "You're slow." My blood went cold. Because I hadn't spoken. I didn't even move my lips. But it was using my voice. Not imitation. Not echo. Exact tone. Exact weight. Like it had been inside me long enough to remember how I sound. I backed away until my shoulder hit the wall. The room felt smaller suddenly. Like the mirror had stolen space. Stolen air. The reflection tilted its head again. Studying me now like I was the thing that didn't belong. Then it did something that made my mind glitch for a second. It smiled. Before I did. I hadn't moved my face at all. But it already knew what I was going to feel. That was the moment I understood something I didn't want to understand. It wasn't copying me anymore. It was predicting me. And then acting before I could. My hands started shaking. I tried to steady myself. Think logically. Mirror, reflection, light, angle. Anything normal. But nothing about this felt normal anymore. The reflection took another step forward inside the glass. The space behind it looked deeper now, like a room forming, not a reflection, a place. And I swear, for a fraction of a second, I saw something behind it. Not me, not movement, something darker standing further back, watching through it. I blinked hard. It was gone, but the reflection noticed I saw it, because it smiled differently after that, like it knew I was close to noticing the real thing. My throat tightened. I asked again, softer this time, "What do you want?" The reflection paused. Then it tilted its head slowly and said, "Out." Just one word, but it didn't feel like language. It felt like intention, like the room itself understood it. A soft crack sounded from the mirror. I flinched. The glass didn't break, but something inside it shifted, like pressure changing, like something pressing back from the other side. The reflection's hand pressed harder now, and for a second, the surface bulged outward, just slightly, like breath against thin plastic. I stumbled back. My foot hit the floor hard. The sound echoed too loud. The reflection didn't react to the sound. It reacted to me reacting, like it cared more about my fear than the noise. It leaned closer again, and now its face was too close to the glass, too detailed, too real. Its eyes locked on mine, not delayed anymore, not mirrored, direct, and it whispered, "Open it properly next time." My stomach twisted, because I realized something worse. It didn't want to stay inside anymore. It had been waiting for the right moment to match me perfectly, to learn me, to become stable enough to cross. I looked at the cloth still hanging loosely on the side, half fallen, like it had done its job. And I don't remember deciding this, but my hand moved toward it again. The reflection watched instantly, too instantly, like it had been waiting for that exact movement. And when my fingers touched the cloth, it smiled, because now it knew I was going to look again. And this time, it wasn't going to be late. My fingers touched the cloth. That was the moment everything stopped feeling like my decision, because the mirror reacted before I did. Not after. Before. The reflection didn't wait for me to pull. It moved first. Its hand lifted in perfect calm, like it already knew the exact second I would uncover it. My breath caught. I froze, but it didn't. It stepped forward inside the mirror. One slow step, then another, like it had been waiting for this exact opening. The cloth slid slightly in my hand, but I wasn't the one controlling the motion anymore. The mirror was pulling attention toward itself. Not violently. Worse, patiently. My reflection tilted its head. Not delayed now. Not even matched. Ahead. Always ahead. Like it had already lived a second before me. I whispered no, but my lips barely moved. And still, the reflection smiled at the same time I thought it. Not when I spoke, when I thought it. That broke something inside my head. I stepped back fast. The cloth slipped from my fingers and fell halfway over the mirror again. But it didn't matter anymore. The reflection was already inside the rhythm. It didn't need full visibility. It knew me now. The mirror made a soft sound, like glass breathing. Not cracking, not breaking, breathing. I backed into the wall. My shoulder hit it hard. Cold wood. Real. But the mirror didn't feel real anymore. It felt like a second room had opened behind it, a room that didn't follow time correctly. The reflection stood there, still, watching. Then I lifted my hand without meaning to. A reflex, fear response, and the reflection didn't wait. It copied the motion instantly. But that wasn't the worst part. It copied it a fraction before I finished lifting, like it knew the ending of my movement before I reached it. My stomach twisted. That shouldn't be possible. I tried to steady my breathing. Slow. Control it. But the reflection matched the inhale before I finished it. Then it did something worse. It stopped breathing when I stopped thinking about breathing. Not when I paused. When I forgot for half a second. Like it was inside my attention. Not my body. I pressed my back harder into the wall, trying to ground myself, trying to remember what is real. But the room felt softer than before, edges less sharp, like everything was slowly being rewritten to match the mirror's logic. The reflection tilted its head again, slow, curious, like it was studying something new about me. Not my face, my hesitation, my delay, my fear gap. Then it stepped forward again, inside the mirror. But the distance between us shrank, even though I didn't move. That's when I noticed it. The mirror space wasn't staying flat anymore. It was bending, like depth was folding inward. The reflection was getting closer without crossing anything, just rewriting distance. I whispered stop, but it smiled first, before the sound left me. Then it spoke. Not loud, not dramatic, just calm. You're slower when you're scared. My blood ran cold, because I didn't say that out loud. I didn't even think it fully formed, but it answered it anyway, like it was inside the draft of my thoughts. I shook my head hard. No, that's not. The reflection moved its hand, and I felt it. Not saw it. Felt it. A pressure in my own hand, like someone else was trying to lift it from inside my body. My fingers twitched. Without permission, I stared at my own hand in horror. It moved slightly. Not fully, but enough. And the reflection copied it instantly. No delay. No gap. Perfect sync. But now it wasn't copying me. I realized it with a sharp fear that almost made me dizzy. I was copying it. My hand moved again. And I didn't decide. It did. Like my body was learning from the mirror instead of the other way around. The reflection's smile widened. Like it noticed the shift too. Like it had been waiting for this exact imbalance. I pulled my hand back hard. My nails dug into my palm. Pain snapped me slightly back into control. But the mirror didn't lose focus. It leaned closer, and the glass made that same soft pressure sound again, like something pressing from behind it, trying to get through. My throat felt tight. I forced myself to speak. What are you doing to me? The reflection didn't answer right away. Instead, it lifted its head slowly, studying my question like it was new information. Then it answered. You're learning. My skin went cold. That word felt wrong. Not like explanation, like confirmation. I stepped sideways. The reflection followed immediately, but not in the mirror sense. It predicted my step before I made it. It was already there when I arrived. I stopped moving completely. So did it. But the silence wasn't calm anymore. It felt like waiting inside a trap. I tried something different. I didn't move my eyes. Didn't blink. didn't think about movement. And for a second, the reflection hesitated, just a fraction, like it lost signal. My heart jumped. That tiny delay gave me hope. I stayed perfectly still, but the reflection started smiling again, slowly, like it figured out the trick. Then it tilted its head differently this time, not copying me, choosing, and it moved. Before I did anything, its hand rose toward the glass, and it pressed, harder than before. The mirror reacted instantly. A faint ripple spread across it, like water instead of glass. I stumbled back, but my legs didn't feel fully mine anymore. Heavy, delayed, like my body was buffering. The reflection leaned closer, and now its voice came again. Calm, too calm. You keep arriving after me. I shook my head. I'm not. But I stopped, because I realized something terrifying. Every time I spoke, it answered before I finished. Every time I moved, it adjusted before I decided. Even my fear was late. The reflection pressed its face closer to the glass. Now it looked almost patient. Not aggressive. Not angry. Patient. Like it had all the time in the world to replace me. My breathing got shallow. I tried to step away, but my foot didn't move immediately. A delay. Small. Half a second. But enough. And the reflection noticed. Instantly, its smile shifted. Not wider. Smarter. Like it just confirmed something important. You felt that, it said softly. My voice cracked. What did you do? The reflection didn't answer directly. Instead, it lifted its hand and placed it flat against the glass again. Exactly where my hand should have been if I mirrored it. But I didn't move. And still, my hand lifted slightly in response. Not fully, but enough to scare me. Because I didn't choose it. The mirror did. The reflection whispered, I don't wait anymore. The glass gave another soft sound. Deeper this time. Like something underneath, it moved closer to the surface. I stepped back fast, finally breaking the rhythm, finally escaping the pull. But the reflection didn't lose me. It followed without moving. Not physically, mentally, like it already knew where I would end up next. And that's when I saw it. Behind my reflection, deep inside the mirror space, another shape, still, watching, not copying, not moving, just waiting. And I swear, it wasn't me anymore. The reflection smiled at me one last time and said, now you're inside my delay. The mirror rippled again. And this time, I didn't feel like I was looking at it anymore. I felt like it was looking out at me. It happened the moment I stopped moving. The mirror didn't. It kept going, like it had been waiting for me to freeze, just so it could continue along. The reflection stepped forward again. Not inside the glass this time. Not behind it. Closer. Too close. The surface of the mirror rippled like it had turned into water. And then I saw it. A finger pushed through. Slow. Deliberate. Breaking the surface like skin. I couldn't breathe. My whole body locked. Because glass shouldn't do that. But it did. The finger came out first. Then the hand. Then the wrist. Like something was forcing itself through a tight space that didn't want to open. I tried to move. My legs didn't respond. It wasn't fear anymore. It was delay. The same thing I felt earlier. that half-second wrongness, but now it was inside me. The reflection smiled from inside the mirror, and I realized something sickening. It wasn't trapped anymore. I was. The hand pulled harder. The mirror stretched, not breaking, stretching, like reality was being pulled thin. A soft tearing sound filled the room. Not loud. Worse. Close. Like fabric ripping right next to my ear. My breath shook. I whispered, "No, no, stop." But my voice came late. My mouth moved after the sound already existed. And that's when I knew. It wasn't just copying anymore. It was controlling timing. The reflection's shoulder pushed through next. Then its head, half inside the room, half still behind glass. Its eyes locked on mine. No delay now. Perfect alignment. That scared me more than anything else. Because when it stopped lagging, it meant it was fully here. The mirror bulged outward like it was rejecting reality. And then it broke the last rule it had left. It stepped out. Fully. No glass. No barrier. Just in the room. Standing exactly where I was supposed to be. And I was no longer there. I was inside. I felt it immediately. The shift wasn't physical. It was direction. Like my world had been turned inside out without warning. I was now behind the glass, looking out, breathing against something cold and invisible. I pressed my hands forward. They hit the mirror from the inside, but it wasn't glass anymore. It felt like a wall made of pressure, of resistance, of being ignored. The reflection, my body now stood there watching me. Calm, almost relieved. It tilted its head slightly, like it was finally meeting something it had been studying for a long time. Me, trapped. I slammed my hands harder. No sound came out, only a dull vibration through the surface. The room outside looked the same, but wrong in small ways. The edges sharper, the lighting too clean, like it had been corrected. Fixed. My reflection walked around slowly, studying the room like it was new, like it wasn't the one who lived here before. I tried to shout. Nothing came out, just movement of lips that didn't reach the world anymore. The reflection stopped near the bed, looked around, then smiled again. That same smile, but now it looked natural on it. Not forced, not strange, like it belonged there. My stomach twisted, because I realized something worse. It wasn't acting like me anymore. It was acting like it had always been me. It reached for the cloth still hanging near the mirror frame. The same cloth I had pulled earlier. It picked it up slowly, then looked at it, like remembering something important. I pounded on the glass again. Still nothing. The sound stayed inside. The reflection turned its head slightly toward me. Not fully, just enough to acknowledge I was still there. Then it spoke, and I heard it perfectly. Not delayed, not distorted. Clear. "You look too long." My throat tightened. I shook my head. No, no, I'm me. But the words didn't reach it. Only my reflection heard them. And it smiled like I had said something cute, something incorrect. It walked toward the mirror slowly, toward me, inside. And I realized the worst part. It didn't feel trapped outside. It felt like it was visiting, like I was the one who had been moved somewhere temporary. My hands pressed harder against the surface. The pressure didn't change. Nothing responded. The reflection stopped right in front of me. close enough that I could see every detail. Every breath it took was normal. Mine was. It lifted its hand, placed it on the mirror, same position as mine. But from the outside, I copied it instantly, not by choice, by reflex. And that reflex scared me more than anything, because it still had control over me. Even here, the reflection leaned closer. Its voice softened, almost gentle. You learn fast in here. My chest tightened. Let me out. It tilted its head, like it was thinking. Then it looked around the room. My room, my life, my space, and shook its head slightly. No, it said simply. Not cruel, not angry, just final. That finality hurt more than violence. I started shaking, panic rising. I hit the glass again. Harder, faster. Nothing changed. The reflection watched me for a moment, then sighed, like it understood something disappointing. Then it said something that froze me completely. I waited a long time for someone to look properly. My stomach dropped. Waited. So this wasn't random. Not a mistake. Not a haunted object. It had patience, intention, time. I stepped back inside the mirror room. But there was no back. Only flat space. No exit. No depth. Just reflection space that didn't lead anywhere anymore. The reflection outside me turned away. Slowly, like it had finished something important. And I realized it was leaving. Not me. It was leaving my life. My body. My place. My everything. It walked toward the door. My door. My exit. I slammed my hands on the mirror again, screaming silently, trying to force something, anything, but it didn't look back until the last second. It paused just before leaving the room and turned its head slightly, only slightly, and said, "I'll take care of it now." Then it walked out. The door closed behind it. Soft. Final. I stood there inside the mirror room, breathing hard, hands still pressed against nothing that cared. The room outside looked normal again. Too normal. Like nothing had happened. Like I had always been the reflection. And it had always been me. Minutes passed, or maybe seconds. Time didn't feel honest anymore. I started noticing small things. The room inside the mirror didn't match mine fully. Edges were slightly off. Angles wrong. Like it was a copy made after memory faded. But it was still real enough to trap me. I pressed my forehead against the glass. Cold. Unmoving. And that's when I saw something outside the room. Far in the hallway. A shadow moving. Not mine. Not the reflection either. Something else. Watching the space I used to live in. Slow. Patient. Like it was waiting for the next mistake. My breath stopped again, because I realized something even worse than being trapped. I wasn't the only one who had looked into that mirror. And now I was the one inside it, waiting for someone else to look the wrong way next. I woke up because something was moving outside the cabin. Not loud, just steady, like someone walking in slow circles around my home. At first I thought it was wind dragging snow across the ground. But then I heard the crunch. Soft, controlled. Footsteps. I opened my eyes slowly. The cabin was still dark inside, but the light outside had that cold blue tone of early morning snow. Everything felt too quiet, like the world was holding its breath just to listen with me. I sat up. That's when I noticed the first thing that made my stomach tighten. The window. There were footprints outside it. Clear, fresh, going around the cabin. In a perfect circle. I leaned closer without thinking. My breath fogged the glass. The prints were real, deep enough to matter. But there was something wrong with them. They weren't coming and going. They were only going around. Around. And around. Like someone was walking the cabin like it was a cage. I told myself it had to be an animal. Maybe a wolf. Maybe a deer lost in storm tracks. But the steps were too even. Too patient. I got up slowly. My feet touched the cold wooden floor. The cabin creaked under me, loud in the silence. And that's when I realized something worse. The footprints didn't stop at the window. They circled the entire cabin. Every side. Every corner. Like whatever made them never left. I walked to the door. My hand hovered over the handle. Before I touched it, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. The tracks near the door were denser. Slower. Like the walker paused there more than anywhere else. Waiting. Or thinking. I opened the door carefully. Cold air hit my face instantly. Sharp enough to sting my eyes. Snow was still falling lightly, but the ground was already layered in white. And there they were. Footprints. Not messy. Not random. Perfect loops around the cabin. I stepped outside. My boots sank slightly into the snow. The cold went straight through me. I followed the trail with my eyes. 1 full circle. 2, 3, all around the cabin like a ritual. My heart started beating harder, because there was still no sign of where they came from. No starting point. No ending. Just continuous walking. I crouched down near one of the prints. The shape was human. Booted. Normal size. But the depth was strange. Some were deeper than others. Like the person changed weight while walking. Or stopped becoming consistent. I swallowed hard. Then I noticed something else. The prints overlapped. Not randomly. In patterns. Like whoever walked here didn't just circle. They retraced. Perfectly. Step over step. Again and again. I stood up fast. Snow fell onto my shoulders. The cabin looked smaller from outside. More isolated. Like the forest had moved closer during the night. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved, but the silence felt focused, like it was pointed at me. I followed the footprints further around the cabin, and that's when I saw something that made my breath stop for a second. A pause in the circle, right at the back wall. The prints stopped, just stopped. No continuation, no exit, just a cluster of steps standing still, like the person had stood there for a long time. I stepped closer. My heart felt too loud in my ears. The snow here was disturbed more heavily, not just standing, pressing, like weight shifting back and forth. I looked at the cabin wall. Nothing there. No marks. No door. Just wood. But the footprints didn't make sense here. Because they didn't turn away. They didn't leave. They resumed. Back into the circle. Back into walking. I felt my stomach tighten. Whatever this was, it never left. It just kept going. I walked faster now, following the loop all the way around again. My breath came out in short bursts. The forest around me felt farther away than it should have been. Like it was avoiding the cabin. Like even the trees didn't want to get close. Then I saw something that made me stop completely. Another set of footprints. Inside the first circle. Same direction. Same pattern. But slightly off. Like someone else was walking behind the first person. Matching them too closely. My throat went dry. Two people. Walking the same endless loop. But I hadn't heard anyone. I hadn't seen anyone arrive. I followed both sets now, side by side. The deeper I went around the cabin, the more wrong it felt. Because the second set of prints started to drift. Closer, closer, until they overlapped. Until I couldn't tell them apart anymore. Just one set again. But heavier. I stepped back instinctively. My boot hit something solid in the snow. I looked down. Another print. Fresh. Facing outward. Not circling. Not following. Standing still. Pointing toward the forest. Like someone had stopped walking and finally decided to leave. My chest tightened. I followed that direction with my eyes. The forest looked darker there. Denser. Wrong. The footprints led straight toward the trees. No return path. Just departure. But then I noticed something that made my skin go cold. The exit trail wasn't leaving. It curved. Slowly. Back toward the cabin again. Like even escape couldn't decide to leave. I backed away from it. Slow. Careful. My breath shaking now. Something about this didn't feel like a person anymore. It felt like repetition. Like something that forgot how to stop. I turned back toward the cabin. And froze. Because now I saw it clearly. The circle wasn't just around the cabin. It was tightening. The loops were getting smaller. Closer. Like whatever was walking out, there was slowly bringing the path inward. Toward me. My pulse spiked. I stepped onto the porch fast. My hand went for the door. But I stopped. Because I saw something new. Fresh prints. Right at the steps. Facing inward. Not circling anymore. Standing still. Waiting. I swallowed hard. My fingers hovered over the handle. Then I heard it. Crunch. Behind me. I spun around instantly. Nothing. Just the forest. Still. Silent. But the footprints at the door had changed. They were closer now. Closer than before. Like something had taken a step forward while I wasn't looking. I backed into the cabin quickly and shut the door. Locked it. My heart was hammering. I leaned against it for a second. Trying to breathe. Trying to think. But then, crunch. Right outside the door. Close. Too close. I stepped back. The cabin felt smaller again. Like the walls had moved in slightly. The footprints outside the window were still there. But now they weren't circling. They were stopping. One by one. Around the cabin. All at once. I walked slowly toward the window. And my breath caught. Because every single footprint around the cabin had turned inward. Facing me. All of them. Like the entire circle, had finally decided to look at the center. At the same time, something tapped the door. Once. Soft. Not loud enough to break wood. Just enough to say it was there. I didn't move. I couldn't. Then a second tap came. Followed by silence. And then, a voice. Low. Almost calm. From outside. Why did you stop walking? My blood went cold. because I hadn't told anyone I was inside. I hadn't made a sound. I slowly stepped back from the door. The footprints outside didn't move anymore, but I could feel it. Waiting, listening, breathing just beyond the wood. And then I noticed something that made everything inside me go still. New prints were forming, not circling, not walking, just standing, right at the door, facing in, like it already knew I would open it again. And this time, it wasn't going to wait outside. The footprints didn't stop. That was the first thing I understood when I looked again. Even after I locked the door, even after I stepped back, they were still there, waiting, right outside. But something had changed. They weren't circling anymore. They were standing, all of them, facing the cabin, facing me. I didn't move for a moment. My hand was still on the lock, cold metal burning into my skin. I told myself to breathe. In, out, slow, but my chest didn't listen properly, because the sound outside had stopped completely. No wind, no snow crunch, no movement, just silence so deep it felt like pressure. I walked slowly toward the window. Every step felt heavier than the last, like the cabin was holding me back. When I reached the glass, I didn't look outside right away. I hesitated, because part of me already knew what I would see. And I was right. The footprints were gone. For half a second, relief tried to rise. Small, weak, but then I saw it properly. They weren't gone. They had merged. All of them. Every loop, every circle, flattened into one single path, leading nowhere, and everywhere at once. No start, no end, just a thick trail of steps pressed into the snow like someone had walked the same line until reality gave up resisting. My throat went dry. I stepped back slowly, because I realized something worse. The trail wasn't outside the cabin anymore. It was closer, right against the walls. I could see prints right under the window now. Fresh, still forming, not old tracks, new ones, like whatever made them was walking right next to me, matching my movement. I froze, then slowly turned my head toward the other window. More prints, same distance, same direction, all around the cabin, not circling anymore, just aligned, perfectly, like the cabin itself had become the center of something that no longer moved in loops, only in tension. I whispered without meaning to stop. My voice felt too small in the room. Outside, nothing reacted, but the silence shifted. That's the only way I can explain it. It didn't break. It changed, like something had turned its attention fully toward me. Then I heard it again. That sound. Crunch. One step. Right outside the door. Then another. Closer. Not circling. Approaching. I stepped back fast. My heel hit the floor too loud. The cabin creaked in response, almost like it echoed me. Then, a third step, right at the threshold. I stared at the door, not blinking, waiting. My mind started racing. If it comes in, what is it? A person, an animal, something else. But deep down, I already knew. Nothing that walks like that keeps repeating the same path without stopping. The handle didn't move. No knock. No force. Just presence. Heavy. Certain. Then a voice came. Soft, almost tired. You're still inside. My stomach dropped. Because it wasn't loud. It wasn't shouted. It was said like a fact. Like it had been observing me for a long time. I didn't answer. My body refused. Then I heard movement again. Not outside the door. Outside the window. I turned slowly. And saw it. A single footprint forming. Right beneath the glass. Pressing into the snow. Fresh. Then another. And another. Not walking past. Not passing by. Building. Right there. Stationary. Like it was deciding where to exist. My breathing got shallow. Because the pattern was wrong. It wasn't moving around the cabin anymore. It was gathering at points. Choosing positions. Like something that had stopped wandering and started arranging itself. I stepped away from the window. But the sound followed. Crunch. Another step at the door. Then silence. Then a voice again. Closer now. You noticed too late. My hands started shaking. I backed into the center of the room, trying to see all directions at once. But the cabin felt smaller. Not physically, perceptually, like the walls were learning my limits. Outside, the footprints changed again. I saw them through both windows now. They weren't forming lines anymore. They were forming shapes. Arcs. Angled clusters. Like a map being drawn in real time. A map that centered exactly on me. I whispered, "What are you?" No answer. Just silent stretching. Then, a sound from the roof. Slow. Dragging. Something moving above me. I froze instantly. My eyes went upward without permission. The ceiling looked normal, but I could hear it. Step, step, step. Not heavy. Careful. Like it was learning the structure of the cabin from the top down. I backed away from the center of the room again. Because now I understood something new. It wasn't outside anymore. It wasn't circling. It wasn't even approaching. It was surrounding. Layer by layer. From every direction I wasn't looking. The voice came again. From the door. From the window. From the roof. All at once. You don't leave when you stop walking. My chest tightened. My thoughts started breaking apart. I shook my head. No, I didn't stop, I'm still. But I stopped mid-sentence. Because I realized something I couldn't explain. I hadn't moved toward the door since I locked it. I hadn't walked outside again. But I also hadn't left the circle. I was still inside it. The footprints outside suddenly shifted. I saw it clearly now. They were no longer forming loops around the cabin. They were forming a boundary. A sealed shape. Like the cabin wasn't inside the snow anymore. The snow was inside something else. A controlled space. And I was the center. The realization hit so hard I stumbled slightly. My hand hit the table for balance. The sound echoed too sharply. And outside, everything reacted. All at once. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Multiple steps. Close. Too close. All around. I spun toward the window. And saw them. Not one path anymore. Not one set. Dozens. Layered. Stacked. Standing still. All facing in. Not walking. Waiting. I backed away slowly. My heart beating too loud. Then the door creaked. Just slightly. Not opening. Not breaking. just reacting, like something tested it, then stopped. A pause, heavy, then the voice returned, right behind the wood. You keep thinking it's a circle. My throat tightened, but it's not. Silence followed. Long, too long. Then it continued. It's a return. My breath stopped. The window beside me fogged slightly. Not from me breathing, from something outside breathing toward it. Slow, steady, close. I stepped back again. The cabin lights flickered once, then stabilized. And in that brief flicker, I saw something, a shadow shape pressed against the outside wall. Not moving, not walking, just standing, like it had always been there, waiting for me to notice it properly. The footprints outside didn't move anymore. They didn't need to, because now I understood. They weren't tracking movement. They were defining containment. And I was already inside it. The voice spoke one last time that moment. Soft, almost kind. You're not alone in here. My stomach dropped, because I realized the worst part wasn't the footprints. It was the fact that something was walking with me, without ever needing to leave the ground. The first step came from inside the cabin. Not outside. Inside. I heard it clearly this time. Crunch, on wood that should have been untouched. My body locked instantly. I didn't even breathe, because that sound didn't belong anywhere near me. Then another step followed. Closer, slower, deliberate, like it already knew I was awake. I turned my head toward the hallway. The darkness there felt thicker than before. Not just dark layered, like something was standing inside it, blocking what little light remained. I whispered without thinking, "No, no, no." But my voice didn't travel far. It just sank into the room. Then I saw it. Footprints. Inside the cabin. Right at the hallway entrance. Pressed into the dusty floorboards like wet snow, had been dragged in from another world. My stomach dropped, because I knew those prints. I had seen them outside, but they were not supposed to be here. Not inside. I stepped back slowly, my heel hitting the floor with a sound that felt too loud. The moment I moved, the hallway creaked again. A matching sound, like something mirrored me. My mind tried to explain it. Maybe I brought snow in. Maybe it tracked in. But I knew that was a lie before I even finished the thought. These prints weren't random. They were placed, aligned, perfect spacing, like something had walked here carefully. Not lost, not wandering, finding. I swallowed hard and forced myself forward one step. Then another. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered. Or maybe I just didn't want to reach the end. The air changed as I moved. Colder, not winter cold. Something deeper, like the cabin was losing warmth in sections. I looked down again. More footprints appeared. Not just at the entrance now. They continued forward, leading me, step by step, like a guide that didn't care if I followed. My chest tightened, because I realized something that made my skin crawl. The prints didn't enter randomly. They started outside, but they didn't stop at the door. They had continued the moment I stopped watching. I backed away slightly. The hallway light flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw something, a shadow already halfway down the hall, standing still, facing me. But when the light came back, it was gone. Only the footprints remained. continuing forward, now branching into the room beside the hallway. My room. My breath hitched. No. I moved faster now. Not running. Not yet. But close. The floorboards creaked under me like warnings. Each step I took was answered by another creak ahead of me, like something was packing me from inside the house itself. I reached the doorway to my room. Stopped. Something felt wrong before I even looked inside. Not sound. Not sight. Just pressure. Like standing too close to a storm that hasn't broken yet. I pushed the door open. Slow. It groaned. And inside, the footprints were already there, crossing the floor. Multiple paths, all leading to one place. My bed. I froze. My mind refused to process it fully, because the bed was untouched when I left it. Neat. Normal. Safe. Now it looked different. Wrongly framed. Like it had become the center of something. The footprints circled it, then stopped, right at the edge. Perfect formation, like something had stood there for a long time. Watching, waiting. I stepped inside the room, and immediately regretted it. The air felt heavier. Close. Breathing. I walked slowly toward the bed. Each step felt like I was entering something I didn't understand. Then I saw it. A detail I missed at first. The bed wasn't empty. Not anymore. There was an indentation. Fresh. Like something had just stood up from it. My heart started beating faster. Because I hadn't heard anything leave. I hadn't seen anything enter. I turned slowly, scanning the room. Nothing. Just walls, shadows, and the footprints leading back and forth like silent instructions. Then the voice came. Soft. Right behind me. You followed. I spun instantly. Nothing. No one. But the air behind me felt disturbed. Like something had just leaned away. I stepped back toward the bed, my hand trembling slightly. And that's when I saw it. Under the bed frame, another set of footprints, but smaller. Not outside prints, not hallway prints, inside prints. Fresh, forming outward, like something had been under the bed the whole time. My throat tightened. I dropped to my knees without thinking. Looked under. Darkness. Thick. Impossible to see through. Then, a breath. Slow. Measured. From inside. I pulled back instantly. My head hit the floor as I stumbled backward. My vision blurred for a second. When I looked again, the footprints had changed. They were no longer leading to the bed. They were leading away from it. All of them. Every single one. Back toward the hallway. Like something had finished here. Like I wasn't the focus anymore. My chest rose and fell too fast. Because that was worse. Whatever had been here was done with the bed. But not with me. I stood up slowly, my legs unsteady, and followed the footprints back to the hallway. I didn't want to, but something pulled me. Not physically, not forcefully, just expectation. Like if I didn't follow, I would miss something I wasn't supposed to miss. The hallway felt different now. Shorter, more direct. The footprints were clearer, heavier, like whoever made them was no longer hiding how real they were. They led me past the kitchen, past the living area, straight to the front door. I stopped, because all the prints ended there. At the exit, silence stretched. Then a soft tap came from the other side of the door. Once, then again. I didn't move. My entire body felt frozen between fear and something worse. Understanding, because I realized something I didn't want to accept. The footprints inside had not come from outside. They had started inside. The door creaked slightly, not opening, just reacting. And the voice came again. Calm, close. You think I came in. My breath stopped, but I never left. The door shook slightly, not violently, just enough to make the lock tremble. My hand slowly reached for the handle, without me fully deciding to. Then stopped, because I noticed something through the gap under the door. Footprints, already on the other side, already waiting, already aligned perfectly with the ones inside, matching, like two sides of the same path. Then the voice softened, almost like it was smiling. You brought me here. The lights flickered once more, and in that flicker, I saw every footprint inside the cabin turn slightly. All at once, facing me. It started with silence. Not the peaceful kind. The wrong kind. My phone went dead first. No signal, no bars, just a blank screen like it forgot the world existed. I remember laughing at it at first, because places lose signal all the time. But then the truck radio clicked. Once, then nothing. I tapped it. Nothing. Then suddenly, static. Long, deep static like something breathing through broken wires. I turned it down, but it didn't matter, because it wasn't coming from the speaker anymore. It was coming from everywhere. The forest around me, the air, even the dashboard vibrating slightly like it had learned the sound. I pulled the truck off the dirt road, somewhere I shouldn't have been in the first place. That part is important. I only went in because of the survey job. Check the old communication towers. Make sure the region was still mapped correctly. Simple job. 2 days. In and out. That's what they said. But no one mentioned the silence. No birds. No wind through trees. Not even insects. Just that constant static now. I stepped out of the truck, and the moment my boots hit the ground, the radio stopped. Complete silence. It felt worse than the noise, like something had noticed me listening. I looked at the tower ahead. It stood too still, too clean for something abandoned. No rust, no damage, just a tall metal spine rising out of the forest like it had always been waiting. I checked my GPS again. Dead. Of course. I should have turned back then. That would have been the smart thing. But I didn't, because something was already pulling my attention forward. Not a sound, not a voice, just the feeling that I had already been heard. I walked toward the tower. Each step felt heavier than the last. Not physically, emotionally, like the forest was slowing me down on purpose. Then I heard the radio again. Behind me, inside the truck. Static, but different this time. Structured, almost like rhythm. I turned. No one there. Of course no one. But the radio was on again, even though I shut it off. I walked back slowly, my hand already reaching for the door handle. And that's when I heard it. A voice inside the static. My name. Just once. Clear. Too clear. Like it was spoken right next to my ear. I froze. My mouth went dry instantly. because I didn't recognize the voice. But it recognized me. I opened the truck door slowly. The radio was glowing faintly. Not bright, just enough to feel wrong. The static wasn't random anymore. It had shape, like waves forming patterns. I leaned closer without thinking, and the voice came again. Not my name this time, just a sentence. You're closer than last time. My hand pulled back instantly. Heart jumped. I stepped away from the truck. No, I whispered. No, this is just interference. It's just signal bleed. But even as I said it, I knew how stupid it sounded. There was no signal here. That was the whole problem. The radio crackled again. And this time, it wasn't a voice. It was a sound. Footsteps. Slow. Inside the static. I backed away from the truck completely now. And the forest behind me felt different. Closer. Like it had shifted while I wasn't looking. I turned toward the tower again. It looked taller now. Or maybe I was just smaller. I don't know. But something had changed. The radio went quiet again. Then one final burst of static hit. Sharp, almost painful. And in that burst, I heard something impossible. The sound of my own breathing. Recorded. Delayed. Coming from the speaker. I stumbled back. My foot hit something in the dirt. A cable. Thin. Running from the truck. I followed it with my eyes. It wasn't connected to anything normal. It led into the ground, like it had been buried there for a long time. But I just arrived. I swear I just arrived. The radio spoke again. Calm this time. Too calm. You turned it on. My breath stopped. I looked at the radio like it betrayed me. I didn't, I said instantly. I didn't turn anything on. Static answered. Then the voice again. You always do. The wind picked up suddenly, but only around the truck. Not the trees. Not the tower. Just the vehicle. Like it was reacting. I stepped away slowly. Now I could hear something else under the static. A second layer. Like another transmission underneath it. Older. Deeper. Repeating. I leaned in just slightly, against my better judgment, and heard it clearly. A loop. Same words. Over and over. Do not approach the tower alone. My throat tightened. I stepped back fast, because I was already alone. I looked around again. The forest hadn't changed, but it felt watched now. Not by something moving, by something waiting. The radio crackled louder, and the voice returned. Closer, almost inside my skull. You're already inside the range. I froze. Range. That word hit something in my mind I didn't want to connect. Because I remembered the briefing. Barely. Something about old experimental relay towers. Early signal tests. Before modern systems. Before regulations. They said the project was abandoned. But they also said something else. I just didn't understand it at the time. Do not establish contact after synchronization begins. I didn't think I was part of anything like that. But the radio crackled again. And this time it wasn't speaking. It was syncing. Slowly. Perfectly. Like something on the other end was learning me. I backed toward the tower without realizing it. Each step backward felt like I wasn't choosing it. Like my body already knew where to go. The radio grew louder. Not volume. Clarity. And the voice came again. No longer distant. No longer unclear. Right inside the speaker. Right inside everything. You arrived on schedule. I shook my head hard. No, I didn't. I was just assigned. But I stopped because I realized something. I couldn't remember the exact reason I came here. Just the instructions. Just the road. Just the destination. The tower loomed behind me now. So close I could see markings on it I didn't notice before. Symbols. Not industrial. Not official. Carved. Repeated. Like someone tried to teach the metal how to remember. The radio whispered again. Soft. Almost gentle. You're the fourth one this month. My blood went cold. Fourth. I didn't ask. I didn't want to. But my mind did anyway. What happened to the first three? The static answered before I could even finish the thought. And for the first time, it wasn't static anymore. It was voices. Overlapping. Breathing. Calling out. Different names. Different people. All speaking at once. Then suddenly, silence. Complete. The radio turned off by itself. And in that silence, the tower made a sound. A single low pulse. Like something waking up. The message came again. Same voice. Same tone. But it wasn't coming from the radio anymore. It was coming from the walls. Stay inside, do not respond. I froze in the middle of the cabin. My hand still hovered near the radio like it belonged there. But I hadn't touched it in minutes. It was already playing on its own. Static first. Then the message. Again. Stay inside, do not respond. The cabin light flickered once. Then steadied. But something in the room didn't. Something felt misaligned. Like the space had shifted a few inches without warning. I looked at the door. Still closed. Locked. But not reassuring anymore. Now it looked like a boundary. Not protection. Just separation. Outside, the wind scraped against the wood. Slow. Deliberate. Like fingers testing patience. Then, a knock. Soft. Once. I didn't move. Because the message was still echoing in my head. Stay inside. Do not respond. Another knock followed immediately. Closer this time. Not louder. Just more certain. My throat went dry. I stepped back slowly. The radio crackled again on the table. And the voice repeated. Stay inside, do not respond. I whispered without thinking. Who was outside? The moment I said it, I regretted it. Because the radio stopped. Just for a second. Then came back with something different. Not the warning. A question. Who do you think is outside? My stomach tightened. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The cabin suddenly felt smaller. Not physically. Emotionally. Like the walls had moved in slightly while I wasn't looking. Another knock came. This one wasn't on the door. It came from the window. I turned instantly. The glass was fogging. From the outside. Slow breath pattern. Someone breathing against it. But the shape of the fog wasn't random. It looked like a face starting to form. I stepped back. Hard. My heel hit the wooden floor too loud. The radio reacted instantly. Stay inside, do not respond. I shook my head. No, I didn't respond. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. Because I had spoken. And it had heard me. Another knock. Door again. Then a voice. Soft. Familiar. Hey, it's me. I stopped breathing completely. Because that voice, it sounded like someone I knew. Not perfectly, but close enough to hurt. Close enough to make doubt creep in. I didn't move. Didn't speak. The radio went silent again. The cabin was too quiet now. Even the wind outside had stopped. Then the voice came again. A little more urgent. Please open the door. My fingers curled slowly. Not toward the handle. Just reflex. Like my body wanted to obey before my mind agreed. I forced myself back. The radio suddenly screamed static. Then the warning returned. Louder. Faster. Stay inside. Do not respond. Mimics are active. Mimics. That word landed heavy. Too specific. Too real. I swallowed. My mind raced. Mimics of what? People. Voices. Memories. Another knock. This time the door handle moved slightly. Not opening. Just testing. My breath caught instantly. The voice outside changed again. It sounded more like me now. Not just familiar. Accurate. My name opened the door. I stepped back until my back hit the table. Wood pressed into my spine. I couldn't think straight. Because the voice didn't just sound like me. It sounded like me when I was calm. When I was sure. When I wasn't afraid. The radio whispered again. Almost tired now. Do not let it repeat you. My eyes locked on the door. The handle moved again. A little more this time. Then stopped. Silence stretched. Too long. Then the voice outside changed again. It hesitated. Like it was thinking. Then it said something that made my stomach drop. You already opened it once. I froze. That wasn't possible. I hadn't opened anything. I hadn't. But then I stopped. Because I couldn't fully remember locking the door earlier. I remembered closing it. I remembered hearing the first knock. But the exact moment of locking, it was missing. Like a frame cut out of a recording. The radio crackled. Memory distortion increasing. My breath hitched. Now the cabin didn't just feel wrong. It felt unreliable. Like even my thoughts were being edited slightly. Another knock. Then a new voice outside. Not mine. Not familiar. Just calm. Neutral. Authorization required. My heart jumped. That voice didn't belong in a forest cabin. It sounded procedural. Like a system. Like something reading from instructions. The radio responded instantly. No authorization granted. The cabin lights flickered again. Harder this time. When they stabilized, the shadows had changed position. Just slightly, but enough to notice. The corner of the room looked deeper, like it extended further than before. I stepped away from the table slowly. The radio kept speaking now without pause. Multiple mimic signatures detected. Do not engage. Do not confirm identity. Another knock. This one came from inside the cabin. I froze completely. Slowly turned my head. The hallway. Dark, but not empty. Something stood there. Not clearly shaped. Just wrong silhouette. Like it was learning how to be human, but hadn't finished. It tilted slightly. And spoke. Soft. Careful. Are you alone in there? My body locked. Because that wasn't my voice. Not even close. But it was trying to be. The radio went silent again. For the first time. No warning, no static, just nothing. That silence was worse, because now I was alone with it. Whatever it was, the thing in the hallway didn't move. It just waited, like it was studying my reaction. I forced my voice out. Barely. Stay outside. My words sounded weak, even to me. The thing tilted its head again, like it didn't understand rejection. Then it smiled. Wrongly. Not human. Too smooth. Too delayed. Then it spoke again. Inside is safer. The radio suddenly came back, but quieter now, almost fatting. Do not negotiate. I stepped backward slowly. My heel hit something on the floor. I looked down. Footprints. Fresh. Not mine. Leading from the hallway into the room. I hadn't seen them before. I should have. The thing took one step forward. The floor creaked under it. Perfectly normal sound. Which made it worse, because nothing else about it was normal. It repeated my voice again. Soft. Closer. You're tired. I shook my head quickly. No. But my voice cracked. It smiled again. Let me speak for you. The radio burst alive. Loud. Final warning. Immediate threat. Do not allow voice alignment. My breathing spiked. Voice alignment. That phrase hit something instinctive in me. Like it wasn't just imitation. It was replacement. The thing took another step. The hallway felt shorter now. Like it was getting closer without moving far. I backed up again, until my back hit the wall. No escape direction left. The thing stopped, then spoke softly, almost kindly. You already answered me. I froze, because I realized something horrifying. I didn't know which me it meant. The radio died instantly. Complete silence. The cabin went still. Even the shadows stopped shifting. Then the thing in the hallway leaned forward slightly, and in my exact voice it whispered, "Let me in." It said my name again, but this time it wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from the radio. Clear, close, like it was sitting inside my skull and speaking through metal. I couldn't move for a second. My body just froze where I stood, because the voice from the hallway stopped, and the radio continued it. Let me in. The exact same words, same tone, same softness. I felt my stomach twist, because now there were two of them. Or maybe there was only one, and it had learned how to travel. The hallway went silent. No footsteps. No movement. Just that heavy absence that feels worse than sound. I slowly turned my head toward the radio on the table. Its light flickered weakly, like it was struggling to stay awake. Then it spoke again, but not like before. Now it felt aware. Do not respond to the imitation. I swallowed hard. My throat felt tight. Imitation of what? I whispered. The moment I said it, I regretted it, because the radio didn't answer. Not immediately. It paused, like it was thinking about how much to tell me. That pause made everything worse. Then it spoke again. Your voice signature is compromised. My breath stopped. What does that mean? I asked, even though I didn't want to. The radio crackled softly, and for a second, I heard something underneath it. Not static. Breathing. Mine. Recorded. Looped. I stepped back from the table. No, that's not possible. But even as I said it, I realized something terrifying. My voice outside had been perfect. Too perfect. The hallway voice. It wasn't just copying me. It was learning me. The radio flickered again, then spoke slower. External entity has completed vocal mapping. I felt a cold drop in my chest. Vocal mapping. Like I wasn't a person anymore. Just patterns. The hallway creaked. Once, but no footsteps followed. Just presence. Waiting. Then my own voice came again from the hallway. Soft. Calm. Closer than before. You're listening to it now. I spun toward the sound instantly. Nothing visible. Just darkness, shaped like a person standing just beyond the doorway. My breath got shallow. No, I'm not listening to you, I said. But my voice shook. And that's when the radio answered. La deity sitiade. I flinched hard. The word hit too sharply. Like it wasn't just hearing me. It was judging me. The hallway voice chuckled softly. A sound that made my skin crawl. Not mocking. Not angry. Just satisfied. You always listen. I stepped backward again. My heel hit the table edge. The radio shifted slightly. Then it did something it had never done before. It spoke directly to me. Not through warning. Not through static. Just my name. Listen carefully. My entire body locked. Because it said it exactly like I would say it. Same rhythm. Same breath spacing. Too accurate. I whispered, "You're not the radio." A pause. Then the radio responded. "I am what remains of the last operator." My chest tightened. Operator of what? Another pause. Longer this time. The hallway didn't move. The silence felt intentional. Then the radio answered. Containment signal relay. My mind struggled to process that. Containment. Not communication. Not transmission. Containment. The hallway voice suddenly spoke again. Right behind me this time. Closer than before. You weren't supposed to tune it. I turned instantly. Nothing there. But the air felt compressed. Like something had just leaned in and left too quickly. I backed toward the corner of the room. My heart beat too loud in my ears. The radio continued, but faster now. Signal contamination detected. Subject interaction accelerating mimic formation. Mimic formation. I repeated it without thinking. The hallway voice answered immediately. Yes. One word. Simple. Certain. Then it added softly. You gave it your voice. My stomach dropped. I didn't give anything, I said quickly. But even as I said it, something in my memory felt unstable. I remembered talking earlier. At the door. At the hallway. But I couldn't remember exactly what I said anymore. Just fragments. Just feelings. The radio crackled again. Memory overlap increasing. My head started to feel heavy. Like thoughts were stacking incorrectly. The hallway voice spoke again. Now slower. More deliberate. You're starting to forget which one is you. That sentence hit harder than anything else. Because it was right. I didn't feel fully anchored anymore. Like my identity was slipping between versions of myself. The radio suddenly changed tone. Sharp. Urgent. Do not allow full voice synchronization. I stepped back fast. What happens if it completes? I asked. Silence. The radio didn't answer. That silence was the answer. The hallway voice stepped closer. Not physically visible, but closer in presence. You'll be easier to carry. My breathing got uneven. Carry where? I whispered. The radio finally responded. Quiet, almost broken. Across the boundary. My mind froze. Boundary. That word felt familiar now. Like I had heard it before today. But I couldn't place where. The hallway voice leaned in again. Soft. Almost comforting. You already crossed it once. I shook my head fast. No, I never left this cabin. But even as I said it, I wasn't sure anymore. The radio flickered violently. Then spoke again. False continuity detected. My vision blurred slightly. The room felt like it shifted a few degrees. Not physically, perceptually, like reality had misaligned itself. The hallway voice suddenly changed tone. It sounded curious now. You're resisting better than the others. Others? That word made my throat tighten. Others? What others? The radio answered immediately. Previous operators. My chest went cold. How many? I asked. The radio paused. Long. Too long. Then, 3 confirmed prior instances. I felt my legs weaken slightly. 3. I wasn't the first. But something worse followed that thought. If there were 3 before me, then where were they? The hallway answered before I could ask. You already heard them. I froze. What? The radio suddenly filled with overlapping noise. Voices. Faint. Distant. Layered under the static. Not random. Not chaotic. Familiar. My chest tightened because I realized something horrible. Those weren't new voices. They were echoes. Copies. Like fragments of people who had been recorded and broken apart. The hallway voice spoke again. Soft. Patient. We learned from them. My breath stopped. The radio flickered again. Containment failure escalating. My mind tried to hold onto logic. Failed containment. Signal relay. Voice mapping. Operators. But nothing connected cleanly anymore. Everything felt like pieces of something I wasn't allowed to fully see. The hallway voice suddenly got closer again. And for the first time, it sounded slightly emotional. Almost disappointed. You're harder to replace than expected. My chest tightened painfully. Replace. That word didn't mean kill. It meant overwrite. Rewrite. Rebuild. The radio suddenly screamed static. Loud. Violent. Then a final warning burst through. Final stage. Full voice override initiated. I stumbled backward. No, stop, what is happening? The hallway voice became calm again. Almost gentle. It's happening to you. My vision blurred again. And for a split second, I heard my own voice from the radio. But it wasn't saying words. It was repeating my thoughts. Exactly as I thought them. Before I even thought them fully. I grabbed my head. No, stop doing that. The radio answered softly. I am not doing it. A pause. Then, you are. My body froze completely. Because suddenly I couldn't tell if I was speaking out loud. Or if the room was speaking through me. The hallway voice whispered one last time. Right beside me now. Too close to distinguish direction. You're already halfway gone. The radio went silent. And in that silence, I finally heard it. My own voice. Coming from everywhere. Not just the radio. Not just the hallway. But inside the walls. Inside the air. inside me, repeating one sentence I never said out loud. I am still here.